Live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Now, Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the midday show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And it just never freaking ends with this team, does it? It just never freaking ends with your Philadelphia Eagles. My God, like you think a day goes by, it's February, right? The Super Bowl was played 2 weeks ago. It's over, right? Like you think the season's done and we could just get set for the combine and watch guys do cone drills. And Ray told us yesterday he's got a stopwatch ready. Just true football guy stuff, right? Wrong. I said it yesterday. So next week, I'm doing 2 shows from Clearwater, Monday and Tuesday. And it will be 4 hours each day of Phillies talk, right? And I said I'm excited for it because even though we are the Sixer station, the Flyer station, and the Phillies are right around the corner, the NFL never sleeps. They made it a way where it never sleeps. Good for them, which is why their ratings are through the roof, which is why the cap increased, $30 million while I was gone? Like, it's incredible how well the NFL does, no matter what the product's like. I've had shows this year about how the product itself was actually horrible this year, but it doesn't matter because you're going to keep on watching. I'm going to keep on watching, and I want more of it. Well, what comes with the 24-hour news cycle of football, especially in a football-hungry city like Philadelphia with a historic team like the Eagles, a team that we love so much, comes a lot of drama. Because the news cycle isn't just, hey, who's going to get better next year? Who's going to get worse? Who are they going to sign in free agency? What players are you targeting in the draft? No, that's not the news cycle. Like, I know a lot of people every once in a while will tweet in the show, hey, man, can you just talk about the draft today? Well, no, because that's not what sells. I said this to Ray yesterday. Sex, love, rock and roll, sex, drugs, rock and roll, and football. Like, that's what sells in America. And drama is a big part of sports. And so now the latest with the Eagles. Oh, my God. Saw an article from Marcus Hayes this morning about how Nick Sirianni had favorites inside the locker room. Not like favorites like, hey, man, you're my best friend. No, favorites like, oh, I'm not going to say anything to the star player when they do something wrong, but I'm going to rip the younger player. Now, what is that? Is it, I believe in these guys that they will hold themselves to a higher standard, so I don't need to go chastise them, but the younger guys, they need to learn about the league, so I'm going to coach them a little bit harder? Is that what it is? Or is it the fact that Nick Sirianni became buddy-buddy with all the guys that were on the Super Bowl team, so he doesn't want to be too harsh on them? It just seems like every single week there's new slop that comes out of the Eagles, that comes out of NovaCare, that comes from the franchise. They're supposed to be on vacation right now, right? Nope. Guys are still texting, answering phone calls, pulling media aside. Doesn't matter what time of the year it is. It never freaking ends. So in the article from Marcus Hayes, Nick Sirianni, here's the headline, Eagles veterans. Nick Sirianni played favorites as Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown were treated different. And I read through the article. And now, look, I get some of it, right? Like, if a guy like Jason Kelce makes a mistake, you think he's going to be able to fix that mistake on his own. You're not going to have to pull him into your office and yell at the guy, right? Whereas if a guy like Cam Jurgens makes a mistake, you might want to coach him up a little bit harder. I understand that. But everybody's been in a line of work where somebody that you work with just puts no effort into anything, just basically acts like they don't even want to be here, and then you get ripped for something because they think highly of you, and you go, well, how come you're not saying anything to that person? Like, that person is literally trying to get themselves fired, it seems like, and you're letting them go. And so you read this article, and it's now veterans are talking about each other, right? It is now reached to the point, and I warned this of you guys, that once the season ended, you just wait. More and more stuff's going to come out. And sure enough, more and more stuff is coming out. Where Lane Johnson and Jason Kelce apparently were just let to do whatever they wanted. But Jordan Mailata, Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, if you did something wrong, look out. You're going to get chastised for it. Same with linemen on the defensive side. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. But Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham could do whatever they want. Here's a quote. When asked if A.J. Brown's on-field conniptions and his 2-week media blackout were affecting the team, an accomplished veteran player replied, quote, "I don't know about that, but I will say it doesn't help when they treat guys two different ways." With that, he also nodded at Hurts's empty locker because this was during cleanout day. And then asked about A.J. Brown, the veteran player responded with, "Yeah, I guess some guys can't do anything wrong." So I got to ask this question for you guys. Are you starting to get worried? And do you wonder if the Eagles can get past this? Because I'm telling you right now, and I'm not, you guys know me, I don't do hot take stuff. This season's over. Like, no, it's February 27th. The season doesn't start for another 7 months. But I will tell you right now, I'm already starting to get worried going into next season. Because I learned something. Now, hear me out before you shut off the radio, before you start cursing me out. I learned something from this season. With all this crap that's coming out, right? The coach has favorites. Young players aren't respecting the older players. Jalen Hurts' leadership qualities aren't good. There's a fractured relationship between Hurts and Sirianni, right? Like, with all this stuff, I've had these reporters on. Jeff McClain, Tim McManus. McManus told us that the locker room was teetering after their second loss this season. They were 10-2, and the locker room was teetering. All this nonsense that you're hearing that comes out of NovaCare, it taught me something. That talent doesn't always prevail. Because what did we do? At least I tried to get excited for a playoff game. I made a mistake. Oh, the Eagles on paper are still better than the Buccaneers. None of that freaking mattered. And we learned that. The Eagles were more talented than the Cardinals, more talented than the Giants, more talented than the Jets, more talented than a lot of teams that beat them. And yet the Eagles kept on losing because they had so many issues starting at the top. Which leads me to once again saying, oh my God, the more and more stories that are coming out, how the hell is Nick Sirianni still the head coach of this football team? I'm going to say that until I'm blue in the face this offseason, it seems. By the way, Sirianni and Howie Roseman will both be speaking to the media later on today in the 1 o'clock hour. But my question for you, are you already starting to get worried about the infrastructure of the Philadelphia Eagles? Because I am. Because I learned this past season, now as this offseason continues, that talent doesn't always prevail. We talk about vibes all the time, right? Oh, man, that team's got good vibes. Look at them. The Eagles have no vibes. The Eagles seem to be dead. They seem to be dead after they lost to the Seahawks. I came on here Tuesday morning after that Monday night game and said that team was dead man walking, the epitome of dead man walking. And it doesn't seem to be getting any better anytime soon. The number to climb in, 610-632-0975. Are you already starting to get worried about this Eagles season upcoming? Talent aside. Because clearly, talent doesn't always override nonsense. I'll get Ray's thoughts on this coming up next. Your calls. And also, we mentioned Peter King at the end of the show yesterday. Peter King announced his retirement. And he put out a long, long piece on his Monday morning quarterback. And a lot of it had to do with his career and all the great things that he got to experience, the people that he got to meet, right? It was a lovely, lovely piece, actually. But then he wanted to do 10 thoughts. And not all of them were about actual football. One of the thoughts was that Tom Brady's going to be good in the booth, right? But out of nowhere, he takes a shot at the Eagles, right? This was about, like, his life and what he experienced and what the NFL game will look like moving forward. But he made a point. One of his bullet points was about the Philadelphia Eagles. I will tell you what that is next. And I'm telling you right now, it's not just because of talent. It's because of what I just told you about in the opening segment. That there's a lot of nonsense with this team, and they might not be able to overcome it. And that freaks me out. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
We'll hear from Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman
You're on 97.5, The Fanatic. Oh, God, it just never freaking ends. The drama with the Philadelphia Eagles. And, of course, Peter King's parting shot. We'll get to that stuff momentarily. But real quick, I got to give a shout-out, 2 quick shout-outs. Because yesterday, the Philadelphia Catholic League Championships was yesterday. And, oh, my God, a buzzer beater. First, want to congratulate Archbishop Wood. Girls team, they won the championship yesterday in the women's division. And then Roman Catholic beats Archbishop Ryan and Cabe Goss. My apologies. Cabe hits a game-winning buzzer beater in overtime to have Roman Catholic win. Just incredible and so cool. So cool. It reached ESPN at night. Scott Van Pelt does his late night ESPN show, and he does a segment at the end of the day called "The Best Thing I Saw Today," and it was the buzzer beater at the PCL Championship. So congratulations to everybody involved. That was freaking awesome. I saw that highlight this morning, and it was incredible. And just that's a shot that Cabe's going to remember for the rest of his life. So that's really cool. All right, so this Eagles nonsense. Now right away, I got the tweet from PJ. I knew it was coming. Why are we pushing this Marcus Hayes article? Pushing. Just doing my job, man. So I respond. I said, because it paints a picture of the issues inside the locker room. They didn't go from 10-1 to 11-6 because of lack in talent. Like, I know we like to believe that the linebackers were just so bad, and that's why they went from 10-1 to 11-6. I know we like to believe that the secondary and James Bradbury was cooked, and that's why they went from 10-1 to 11-6. No, the fact of the matter, in my opinion at least, I'll say, is that they went from 10-1 to 11-6 because of issues that boiled over inside NovaCare under the watch of Nick Sirianni, and it doesn't look like Nick Sirianni had a handle on any of these situations. So PJ's complaining about me pushing this Marcus Hayes article, to which his response to mine was, if this came from more than one source outside of Hayes, maybe the story would hold weight. But the captains of the team had the opposite opinion about Nick. Odds are he interviewed a player that won't even be here, so this doesn't even matter. Here's my response to you, PJ, on the air. It's not just Marcus Hayes. Tim McManus has talked about the locker room having issues. I had him on every Friday during the football season on Football Fridays, and we did a weekly vibe check after he told us that the locker room was teetering when they fell from 10-1 to a whopping 10-2. And every week it just seemed to get worse, except one, because A.J. Brown had the team meeting, and they did the escape room visit, where only 30 of the 53 guys showed up, and all of a sudden that was supposed to help the locker room out. So I have Tim McManus talking about stuff, Jeff McClain talking about stuff, Marcus Hayes talking about stuff. There are multiple reporters that cover this team inside and out and have the access that I don't have, PJ, and that you clearly don't have, and that Ray doesn't have, and that the morning show doesn't have, and the afternoon show doesn't have. We have to rely on what the reporters say, and the reporters are speaking to players. They don't make stuff up. Once again, I'm going to have to do the whole media and fans, the bridging of the gap. No, this paints a picture of what went wrong inside, or paints one of the many pictures of what went wrong inside NovaCare. And it all comes back to Nick Sirianni. And once again, I got to bring up the report from Derek Gunn. We talked about it a lot yesterday. It was my first day back from vacation. Derek Gunn puts out a report the week I'm away that Dom DeSandro's suspension was one of the biggest issues because Nick Sirianni couldn't control his emotions on the sideline. Like, this guy is letting everything happen beneath his nose and doesn't seem to have a good handle on anything. And yet we have to believe that because Dom DeSandro hopefully will be around all next season, that everything's going to be sunshines and rainbows, and that they'll go from 10-1 to 14-3 instead of 11-6. No, how am I supposed to believe that? Now the latest story is that he handles people differently inside the locker room. God just never seems to freaking end with this team. Just when we have a grasp of things and how things are looking good, right? They win a freaking Super Bowl 6 years ago. This is our new norm. And our new norm became Carson Wentz is on his way out. Doug Peterson's on his way out. Congratulations to Howie Roseman for being a magician and flipping the switch as quickly as he did. And they get back to the Super Bowl in year 2 under Nick. And now it seems like we're going down that path again. I don't want to believe it because this team's way more talented than that team. Right? It wasn't just Carson Wentz that was an issue. That team had a lot of lack in talent. This team is so much more talented, at least on the offensive side of the ball. So I don't want to believe it, but once more and more crap comes out, it tells me one thing, that talent doesn't always prevail. And then I see this clip from the Peter King story. So Peter King, his second to last Monday morning quarterback. Long story about his career and how great it was. And then he puts in a little blurb about the Eagles. Very quick. I don't have a good feeling about Philadelphia in 2024. But if the Eagles return to goodness, it's got to be on the wings of Jalen Hurts. Lead, man. Not lead man. No, lead. Like, yo, dog, you got to lead. It comes back. Oh, Jeff McClain, he just making up stuff for clicks. Like, no. Now it's McClain, Garofalo on Super Bowl Sunday. Now Peter King, one of the more respected journalists. Journalists, right? That covers the league. He doesn't do clickbait. He doesn't do hot take. He's not on Stephen A. Smith shows. He's not on Skip Bayless shows. Like, no, this guy is just a journalist, a reporter, right? Salt of the earth when it comes to reporting on the NFL. And now he's talking about the Jalen Hurts leadership. Just a quick little blurb. I can't help myself but start already feeling worried about next season, and it's only freaking February. And I hate that. And that's why I have to talk about the article. Forget the name of the reporter for a second. It's just another layer to the issues that are going inside NovaCare right now. Good morning, Ray.
Good morning.
It never ends.
No, it does not. Not with this group.
Like
not
yesterday,
after the way it ended.
at the end of the show yesterday, I knew we were going to bring up the Peter King thing at some point today. I didn't think I'd be bringing up the Peter King story in response to an even more damning one. I thought I was just going to be reacting to two sentences, 3 sentences from a long story of Peter King. No, now I'm reacting to an article about how Nick Sirianni's got favorites. There's now issues. If I'm a veteran, I'm going, oh, why is this guy getting treated a certain type of way? And I'm not. Or a young player. I'm supposed to be the next big player. I'm a first-round pick, and you're picking on me, but let him do whatever he wants. Like, does Nick Sirianni have a good handle on things? Clearly not. If I got Derek Gunn reporting that Dom's suspension is the reason why Sirianni and the issue started unfolding, like, that's not a good sign.
No, it's a damning sign. And it's, again, a lot of the fears of what we, voiced at the end of the season when we were talking about bringing him back. And it was so much of, okay, if he hasn't lost the locker room, what has he lost? What is his voice lost? What is this locker room? Why is there this disarray? Why is this team not pulling together as one right now? And you could see why. I mean, I think there's a lot of layers of blame to be dished out here, but ultimately it comes back, you're the guy in charge of this whole thing. It's on you. This is an indictment of him, the coach, and him, the leader. And I think back to, that Super Bowl year. And I remember this team is front runners. Sirianni's a front runner. And that was a criticism. I think it was Julian Love that had said it about him, who was with the Giants at that point, then ends up, I think, in Seattle. And he said it of him during the postseason run. And we all sat there, no, come on. This team is playing really well. They're 14-3. They're rolling through teams in the postseason. He's not a front runner. I don't know. It's starting to feel a little bit like he was a front runner. Like, hey, winning masked a lot of what was wrong with him. Like, hey, they figured it out at the end of that 2021 season. He carried that momentum, that goodwill with the team from the way they turned it around. And, the way he gave up play calling, he looks like a leader in the sense of like, oh, wow, he's going to do whatever it takes for this team to win. He's going to swallow his pride for this team to win. They go and have that great season in 2022. And then the first sign of adversity, he and that locker room collapses. Yeah, and I remember saying on these airwaves, you as my witness, after the loss to the 49ers when the Derek Gunn report came out that an anonymous player was complaining about the predictability of the offense, I said out loud behind this very microphone, that's like the first time something's come out of NovaCare. And then it just never stopped, ever. The think checks, and the thing is, too, all these articles / posts, whatever, all paint the same picture. Different storytellers, but same picture, yet the fans want to continue to act like everything is fine because the Eagles said it was. 10-1 collapse, but everything was fine. Exactly. Like, I think a lot of us realized that they were at one point 10-1, and I think a lot of people
think that they can just get back to that. What I learned from this season and what I'm learning even more and more as more stuff comes out is that talent doesn't always prevail. You know, sometimes we talk about, if you could just out-talent the other team, you'll be all right. Well, yeah, certain issues, certain aspects, maybe in a regular season game. But, man, come playoff time, they were far more talented than the Buccaneers. Not even close. Like, not even close. On paper, Eagles far more talented than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And yet, the second half of that football game, you would think the Eagles didn't even show up.
And talent doesn't solve the issues that you have in there. Like, okay, this is a talented group, but if nobody wants to play with one another, or no one feels like they're pulling for the same thing, you know,
right?
You don't have to be best friends, but you also can't have the chaos that it seems like was ensuing in there. And it's interesting because we talked about the offense, about how, you know, we just want to do what we do, but do it better. It almost felt like that's the approach with the locker room. Like, everyone that's been here, we're going to keep the status quo for you. Everyone that comes in here, you know, it's not necessarily like you buy in or you leave. It's like, no, this is how we treated these guys before.
Right.
We're going to treat you guys this way. Like, it just seems like, I don't know if they wanted to live in 2022 forever, and there was no thoughts of like, hey, you know, we have to adjust. We have to adapt. Different personalities come into
why
this room.
change? We're very good. We already showed that. This
right.
is why we were in the Super Bowl last year. So why bother changing? And you're right. It starts with that quote from when he was on Jeff McClain's podcast before the season even started. And part of the story from Marcus Hayes, A.J. Brown, when he spoke, you know, after he took his basically his 2-week hiatus, not speaking to the media, he talked about the improvisation of that play against Seattle. A.J. Brown made the point to bring it up. So in Marcus's story, according to the veterans with whom I spoke for this column, neither Brown nor Hurts were reprimanded for this action, which makes sense if you recall the fallout of Brown's confession. Incredibly, Sirianni not only defended their initiative, he also painted a picture in which Hurts and apparently Brown are allowed to call their own shots as much as they like. So if I'm a player, let's say Hassan Reddick doesn't want to drop back in coverage, even though he's supposed to on that play. Is Hassan Reddick going to get reprimanded because he didn't drop back in coverage? Or are the players allowed to, you know, run the team? You know, are the inmates allowed to run the asylum, as the old saying goes, right? Like, that's what it seems like at times. And look, the quarterback should be able to make checks at the line of scrimmage. Like, I'm not lying about that, right? It feels weird. Doesn't it feel dirty that Sirianni took such blame for it? And I'm not trying to defend Nick Sirianni because I don't want him to be the head coach anymore. But didn't it feel dirty that he took such blame for it and sounded like such a moron?
At the time, I felt that way. Now, if this, you know, going through all of this and what he's let happen to that locker room, yeah, you kind of deserve the blame for it. You might not have called the play, but you've established an environment, you've created a culture where you're not even going to reprimand them for that. You know, I think when it came out that, you know, they had improvised for him, something was said to the effect of, you know, we'll take care of that behind closed doors. Doesn't sound like you did. It does not sound like that was taken care of behind closed doors. It sounds like that was hey, it didn't work. You know what, guys?
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
I don't want to have that conversation. You know, that to me is an issue. So at first, when that first came out, I remember I was like, yeah, you know, maybe it's dirty for Sirianni. Maybe we're a little too easy on you know, or a little too hard on the fact of maybe there's a lot more the players are doing wrong than what you have with coaching. A.J. Brown keeps pounding that drum of, hey, you know, the players got to execute. Well, players got to execute what the coaches want, and also the coaches have to, like, set an expectation of that happening. It doesn't seem like that was there. It seems like there was, in a matter of 2 months, there was an erosion of any of the good culture that they had, any of the really, I guess, good feeling, any of the goodwill that was built up over a Super Bowl run eroded really quickly over 2 months in that locker room. And before that, 2 months.
Well, yeah, before that 2 months, when you hear stuff like the most miserable 10-1 team that people have ever been around, it's insane to me. So let's talk about it. 610-632-0975. The question for you today is, A, whether or not you think they're going to overcome this, and B, I don't know. I'll ask you, am I crazy for already being worried about next season? It's only February, but Nick Sirianni's still the head coach of this football team. He's not going anywhere anytime soon unless they go off to like an 0-4 start, which hopefully that doesn't happen. The team's too talented, but I don't know. The team was too talented when they were 10-1 and fell to 11-6 and got embarrassed in a playoff game. I don't know if this gets solved overnight. I don't know if a couple of, like Carson Wentz. Let me tell a story. You guys probably remember. Carson Wentz and Alshon Jeffrey had beef, right? Remember the the staged photo of them courtside at the Sixers game? It was almost like, hey, let's come on, man, let's let bygones be bygones. Let's go to the Sixers game. That's great. I appreciate the effort. And what happened? 5 seconds later, they probably hated each other again. Yeah, you've probably hung out with a friend you haven't seen in a while, and then you get home and you talk to somebody about it. Like, yeah, it's just not the same. Like that has happened. It's happened in relationships. It's happened in a million ways. So do you think that all of a sudden Nick Sirianni, all these stories that are coming out, the handfuls of stories that are coming out, he's just going to fix things overnight? I mean, number one, most important is fixing things with Jalen Hurts, right? Because he's the quarterback of the team, but that's one man out of 53, or in his case, 69, because it's the 69-man roster. Let's go to Jay in West Philly. Jay, you're on the Fanatic.
Yo, Children.
Yo, Jay, how you doing?
Yo, I'm good. I think we'd be all right. All these stories about Jalen being the leader is overrated, or it's a non-story to me. How are you supposed to lead grown men that's supposed to do their job?
No, come on, man. You know the deal. There is leadership in sports, especially in football, if anything.
You got grown men that won't listen or won't follow. How is him going out with people or interacting with people going to make Bradbury tackle or going to let?
No, I know. I get the tackling thing, but you've been in an office before where you don't like somebody. You go, screw that guy.
Okay,
what is he saying?
But you work and get the job done.
Well, sometimes people don't.
Okay.
These guys are getting paid a lot more money than you and I, Jay.
Okay. All right, but the same thing. They always say teamwork.
All right, now here's the thing. So you're talking just about Jalen Hurts. This isn't just about Jalen Hurts, man. This is Nick Sirianni, the head coach. The coach is letting everything happen under his watch.
What coach don't have favorites? All their favorite players. You know the old Jimmy Johnson line?
Yeah, but have you seen a team spiral out of control the way that the Eagles did and then never have anything to grab onto to make them turn things around? Not just play, not just offensive schemes. Like, it just seemed like it was in shambles. And then more and more stories come out basically tell you that that's the truth.
I don't care about those stories. Who is these so-called
How do you not care? How do you not care about the stories, Jay?
Who is these so-called sources in the locker room?
Anonymous sources, Jay.
Okay.
How many times?
I mean, if they saying veterans, is it veteran players that's been here, or is it?
It could be. We don't know, Jay. We don't know, Jay. But here's the thing: they're talking about the entire locker room, right? Like you can put your Eagles green goggles on and say everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. But we don't know. What if it is Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson?
Because you worried don't mean I gotta be worried.
You don't have to be worried, but you're trying to poo-poo the story like it's nothing.
Because they sitting there, they talking about leaders. They grown men. Do your job.
Yeah, but that's
why. How?
It's easier said than done, man. That is easier said than done.
He gonna make the defense play better because he go out to dinner with.
No. He's not gonna make the defense play better. But the Eagles don't go from 10-1 to 11-6 just because of the defense, Jay. They fell apart.
Because it's Jalen. Because he the leader.
I'm not saying it's just because of Jalen. I've never said that, Jay. I appreciate the call. I gotta go. I never said it was just Jalen. It was a collective of issues. To me, Nick Sirianni's the biggest problem. Do you not hear me saying that? I'm not even stop trying to defend your baby, Jalen. Everybody's got to defend Jalen. Jalen is allowed to be caught, catch some blame every once in a while. It's okay. Just because he's the franchise quarterback and made a lot of money and he proved a lot of doubters wrong doesn't mean that he's all of a sudden allowed to be left off the hook. No, he deserves blame, but that's not even where I'm going at. I'm going at Nick Sirianni here and how he is the biggest issue, and yet he is back as the head coach of this football team. And I have to listen to him talk today at 1:30 or whoever talks first, him or Howie. I don't really know. I don't really care. But I'm going to have to hear Sirianni talk about how everything's great, and they're going to work hard, and it starts with me, and miscommunication. I heard the same crap for weeks. Oh, my God, we get so defensive of Jalen. God forbid Jalen catches any blame. Holy hell. Got to let loose a little bit, man. He's... How did Jalen... That's not even what I was talking about.
I think he wanted to respond to the Peter King thing. I think that's where he's upset.
Okay.
I think maybe that's where Jay gets upset, where he thinks Peter King's putting this entire franchise on the shoulders of Jalen Hurts, and it's that's again part of the responsibility of being franchise quarterback.
Leadership is in all avenues of life, maybe more so in sports. You got to have a good locker room. I know that not everybody has to like each other, right? We've learned that. We've seen it. Not everybody has to like each other. Look at Kobe and Shaq, right? Sometimes talent does prevail, right? In a sport where it's 5-on-5. But 53-man roster, if there's a bad locker room, you start to hear about it. And you don't really see them overcome it.
Yeah, and the defense being bad is true.
It
Very
is true.
We
but
watched that, but
they didn't go 1-6 down the stretch, including the playoff game, just because of their defense.
yeah, I know the offense has did not look too good at the end of that season.
God, we are so defensive of Jalen. We are so defensive of him. Why? Like, I'm not saying ship him out. I'm not saying trade him. I'm not saying, oh, man, the contract was a mistake. I'm glad that he's the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. But it is okay to be critical of him sometimes. Just like everybody pees all over Joel Embiid every once in a while. When the guy drops 70 points, oh, but they're the 4th seed. Like, it's wild how some players just catch so much hate, and some players, you make even a mention. A mention. That's all Peter King did. A mention. Lead, man. That's it. We got our backs up against the wall. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Speaking of the Sixers, I have a question about the Sixers because they have a big game tonight, allegedly. Sixers playing the Celtics tonight. I have a question about what stock you're taking out of the Sixers over the last couple of weeks and the weeks ahead. We'll talk about that next, as well as this Eagles conversation. Would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 10:51 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Get to the phones in a second. Also bring up the Sixers topic that I want to get to. But my God, man, sometimes, I love how passionate we are about the Eagles, right? I was in Jamaica. I told you those stories all about it yesterday, how I was ready to go to war defending the Eagles, even though I didn't have to defend because everybody was so complimentary to the Eagles. But the second they wanted me to compliment their teams, I said no. Get a tweet from Scott V. At Eagles fan for life, Ray. So, as you can imagine, he's passionate about the Birds. None of the media members must realize that 32 out of the 32 teams operate with favorites and are treated differently. But when it's the Eagles, it's a problem. Look, I know that there's favorites. I do know that there's favorites. I'm sure there are. And plus, sometimes favorites might just be the coach might be with the quarterback more than the kicker, right? They might spend more time together because you kind of have to, right? But this isn't the first story. And I'm telling you right now, Scott, Eagles fan for life, I'm sorry. It's not going to be the last. There will be more. Right? Sirianni and Howie Rosen speak today in the 1 o'clock hour. 1:30, I believe Howie Rosen speaks allegedly because, they never operate on time. And then Sirianni will follow. I'm sure something's going to be said. And somebody will write a story about it. And there may be a bit of information that they've been sitting on because they haven't really found the right way to put that information out there. And there will be a response to whatever is said during the press conference. And then they will say, by the way, I spoke to a source earlier in the season that this was said. Like, this isn't done yet. You don't go from 10-1 to 11-6 and then losing in the playoff game to a team that you are much better than on paper. And everybody's going to be okay. Right away, our caller, Jay. I love Jay. I've been talking to Jay for years. That could have been any veteran. That could have been Britton Covey. Or it's Jason Kelsey. Like, what if it is? We're so quick to poo-poo every report. We're so quick to just say, nah, it's going to be fine. What if it won't be? And that's what I'm worried about today. And you could tell me that I'm crazy, right? Like, you could tell me that I'm crazy. And I'm welcome to. I'm open to it. And Jay said right away, I don't have to be worried just because you're worried. You're right. You don't have to be worried. But to just completely ignore everything, I think you're going to set yourself up for failure. You yourself as an Eagles fan. Because if they get off to a rough start, or if there's another collapse, then what? Are you going to find more excuses as to why things weren't going well? Is it always just going to be about the linebackers? The linebackers were horrible when they were 10-1. Do I need to remind you of that? We talked about the middle of the field before week 1. Before preseason week 1, we talked about the middle of the field on defense. They didn't get bad after they were 10-1. They were bad to start. Stuff happened, and it fell apart. I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of it. But, man, I keep on thinking about Charles Davis, who was on with me in the middle of the season. He said the story will be written at some point. I don't know what it's going to be about. I don't know who it's going to be from. But the story's going to be written, and you'll find out why this is happening. And, man, we just keep on getting more and more information. 610-632-0975. Let's go to Jimmy on the cell. Jimmy, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, Andrew. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, Jimmy.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to say that I met you and another cool dude at the Reading Market a couple Thanksgivings ago.
Oh, yeah, man. I missed that broadcast. I am going to miss that broadcast. And that cool dude was Cuz, of course.
Have been cooler to my daughter and my nephews and just took us in and were really cool. It made a big impression on them. So
that's awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, hey, listen, man, thank you for stopping by that day. It's an event that I'm going to truly miss.
Yeah, great experience. Hey, I just really think and believe that you got another Los Angeles Chargers episode coming on where, there's a lot of talent, and it came down to coaching there, and everybody knows that it was coaching in that situation. And like you've said the whole time, and other people on the station, they had 2 months to fix the issue.
Oh, yeah.
And there was no issue fixed at all.
I mean, they're not even one. Not even
right.
one. I didn't see
Right.
anything
And
different on the
that. I mean,
field.
it's just crazy to think that things are going to change because now you have 6 months off. I mean, what is the attitude that's going to be? And then with these stories popping up, when you see smoke, there's usually fire.
Right.
I mean, that's usually what happens, and it does. It does.
No, there's all these reports. There's a lot. There's more than smoke. There might be embers, already popping through. Now, here's the thing. You know how it's going to be. Camp's going to start. Everybody's going to be honky dory, right? Everything's going to be great. It's how do they start the season? And to your point, if it's a Chargers sort of thing where, they don't get the ball rolling well at the beginning of the season after they kept their head coach, allowed him to find a new OC, allowed him to find a new DC, and then he's fired by midseason.
Right. Yeah, and if you look at it, right, the history, because that's what you want to go on, because that's facts that happened. He started off terrible, made a change where he couldn't call plays, changed it over to somebody else. They called plays, things went well. You come out of the Super Bowl season, things are still rolling because you have the same players in some key positions doing the same thing. And then next thing you know, you're in game 11 and you need to make changes because now.
Right, because now the league caught up. Bosa literally said the blueprint. Thanks for the call, Jimmy. I appreciate it, man. Great catching up. Bosa himself straight up says we put the blueprint out there. And was he wrong? Ultimately? The only thing I found wrong in it, what? I've said this a million times.
You think the Bills did?
I think the Bills put out the blueprint. But the Niners said they put out the blueprint. And, I mean, did he say anything wrong? They lost every game but one the rest of the way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see whether or not teams were catching up regardless, given the fact that you mentioned the Bills.
Yeah, the Bills did stuff where what was the term? Football guy Dan Orlovsky gave us.
Oh.
Bust the gap or something.
I don't know. You're the football guy.
But I just straight up said, I asked Orlovsky, I said, look, it looks like they're just attacking Hurts and not even respecting the run of DeAndre Swift or Kenneth Gainwell. They're just attacking Hurts. And he goes, yeah, that's called something.
Yeah, we'll review the tape.
Yeah. And I was like, all right, so I'm right. He goes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, but football guys have terms, right?
Right. Yeah. No, we were just.
Yeah.
We were talking to common man.
Yeah,
speak
exactly.
There.
I just want everybody to feel involved in this conversation.
So with this story again that we keep going back to here, and the Marcus Hayes story today, it's interesting because you had said something about what if it's Kelsey? I don't think it's Kelsey, and I'm not going to start a witch hunt for
right.
who's the source? Who's the source?
Yeah.
He mentioned that one veteran had said this earlier in the season, but off the record. And then was given later on the ability, I think over the weekend, said, hey, if you want to run with this
story,
if you want to run with this is something. He went and reached out to another veteran who expanded upon it. This is all in the story. I know we do a lot of hey, let's read the headline.
We look at the headline, and that's it. No, it's all in the story.
No,
it's a column. It's a long story.
This is the interesting thing. One, you read that they played favorites, and I do agree with the fact that for a little bit grow up a little bit with the favorites. We know there's favorites.
Yeah.
Any walk of life, there's favorites.
Yeah.
Parents. I'm sure have favorite kids. I know I'm my parents' favorite.
I mean, I'm not gonna just say it, but
yeah, we know. There's favorites in all walks of life. But it's interesting when he says, Sirianni and his staff play favorites. If you were a second-tier player or a recent addition as the team staggered to its 1-6 finish, Sirianni and his assistants targeted you. It's interesting when we talk about that. Because we talk about accomplished veterans. We talk about veterans that have seen this league operate.
Right.
It is not new that there are favorites in this league.
No.
It is noteworthy that people that have been in this league accomplished things in this league, and he mentions additions to the team, meaning people that came in here, saw the way things were run here, were like, whoa, what's the deal here? Why does it operate like this? That's what makes it unique. That's what makes it different. Not the fact that there are favorites. That's not, something new. That's not something crazy revealing. The fact that it played a role in the collapse. And that's also something in this story that it says.
Yeah, it played a role.
It doesn't say might singularly cause the collapse, but it's part of playing a role. This is part of trying to unpeel the onion of what went wrong
I
here.
forget who it was. I forget if it was Tim or Jeff, because I had them on weekly. One of the two straight up said, some of the younger players weren't necessarily hearing
was
out.
Jeff.
It was Jeff.
Yeah, it was the young and older players.
The young and old, there was a disconnect between the two of them, and I wonder if part of it was the young players getting ripped all the time, and you look at the vet, and you go, hey, how about you have my back?
Yeah, and I think part of that, like
There could be a million things.
there's a lot to say with this. Like some of the younger players kind of got to get over yourself. You know, some of these guys they're going to be Hall of Famers. There's a reason they're not
Right.
being ripped. They've shown the ability to correct it. You know,
But you know what this all comes down to? The culture of the locker room.
Right, and
which
that's
I
the
thought it
thing.
was supposed to be great. That's what we kept on being told, that everything was great. The culture's fantastic. From vets to youth, from coaching staff to head of security. Right? Like, he's the only one that apparently is great, Dom. Because the team apparently fell apart when he got suspended.
I would be right up there in Lori's office. Bring me my money. I'm the reason that
exactly.
record with me, record without me. I'm a football guy in that one.
He's probably better than Lane Johnson's percentage. You know, when Johnson's not on the field, it's incredible, man. And we try to ignore it. And like I see PJ and Scott, the two guys that I mentioned, are going back and forth a little bit on social media. And like, look, I don't. Me reacting certain ways does not mean I don't like people. Like, I like you all because they're doing the whole like, I like Andrew. I'm not trying to. Like, I'm not offended. I'm not offended. All right.
We could disagree. That's
We could
allowed
disagree.
in this medium.
But PJ says, I couldn't care less about a Marcus Hayes article in February. This seems more like of a training camp story. It doesn't matter when the timing of it is. If anything, if this came out in camp, you'd probably be more upset of, why'd you wait this long? No,
Why are we talking about last season?
Yeah,
It's
like-
a new season.
Exactly. So no matter when the article comes out, you're going to be upset by it because it's not honky-dory, everything's fantastic about the Eagles. Right? Like, and Scott follows up the whole favorites thing. Like, you don't think Mahomes and Kelsey get favorite treatment? You're right. Like, I do know that kind of stuff. But Mahomes and Kelsey didn't collapse. Mahomes and Kelsey won a Super Bowl, their second straight, their third in the last 5 seasons. The Philadelphia Eagles had a historic collapse that hadn't happened since the late 80s. Dan says it right on Twitter. I don't know why some of us Eagles fans need to just absolutely defend the team. We can still be fans and have an objective opinion and critique when it's necessary. We witnessed a historic collapse. We can't be the dog in the kitchen that's on fire and saying everything's okay. Like, it's all right to say, man, I was disappointed about how the season ended, and I wonder what that was. Not just the linebackers sucked, and that's why they went from 10-1 to 11-6. Let's go to Michael and Yardley. Michael, you're on the Fanatic.
Yo, Tunis, what's up?
What's up,
guys?
Coach Mike? How you doing?
So, I wanted to. I'm somewhere in the middle, but to be honest, these kinds of stories, they could be written about any team, like any family, that is, any family that's a happy family, quote unquote happy family that shows face as happy. You could write in hit pieces on them if you really dug deep.
Yeah,
but we have
sure.
this thing in football where we say winning cures all, right? Winning cures all. So these things that were issues, like socially among the team, they were issues. They've probably been issues since Sirianni got there. You know, Sirianni's kind of like the almost like brown noser type. He's going to wear the veterans' numbers and names. He wants to get buddy with the guys. You know, like, so you know that's going to happen in the locker room. The historic collapse is not because of those social issues. The historic collapse was because of bad coaching. We didn't adjust. We were historically one of the worst teams at running under center. We were historically one
Well,
of the
now, but
worst
here's the
teams.
thing. So you're coming back to coaching, and all of this comes back to coaching. All these issues, like this latest story, is about the coaching playing favorites, the coaching like just
Well,
not being critical of the vets.
True. I'm talking about.
No, you're talking about field of play, but it all comes down to one, and it comes back to what I've been saying since before the playoff game. If they lost that playoff game, and if they got embarrassed in that playoff game, Nick Sirianni should not have been back as the head coach, and yet we're going to hear him speak in a couple hours.
100% right. 100% right. And that's why, and me and you agreed on that. Remember, I called it,
Yep.
right after the season. Sirianni lost control of the locker room because he could not balance the locker room and the field. And when you can't show, and when you show you don't have control over the field, and you show you don't have control over the locker room, why do we need you around anymore? And that's what both of us were saying. So, yeah, the social issues are going to be there no matter who the coach is, unless you got like a Belichick who would yell at a Tom Brady himself. But, you know, the coaching is what it comes down to. So I feel like when he gives up play calling, Nick Sirianni, he doesn't have a puppet there, and Moore can actually take over the play calling, I feel like we're going to get back to our winning ways. And then all these stories are not going to mean anything.
I just wonder. I'm curious to see how Sirianni is next year. And I appreciate the call, Mike. I really do. I wonder how he is on the sideline. I remember during the offseason last year, look, you got 7 months till football season, so you got to start talking about stuff, right? Not drum up nonsense, right? I don't do that, but you got to be like, all right, what can we talk about? And one of the days you're talking about Sirianni. And we talked about, like, his antics on the sideline. And, Ray, I think you also were totally cool with how he acted on the sideline because, if anything, I go, oh, man, that's awesome. Like, my coach is celebrating with me. That's great. But I remember asking the question of, I just wonder what it's going to be like if they're not winning. Like, how is he going to be on the sideline if they're not winning? And through the first 11 weeks of the season, once again, we didn't have to worry about that, right? They were winning games. They found a way to win every single week, no matter how ugly it was. They were 10-1. And then they started to lose. And first you see him yelling at people on the sideline, which, whatever, coaches yell, like they should. That's okay. But we don't know how it was being yelled, right? There's one way. There's coaching, and then there's just screaming at somebody, right? Like Bob Knight grabbing somebody by the collar isn't necessarily coaching somebody. You know what I mean? Like, I remember a couple of years ago, this is how society's changed. Tom Izzo was yelling at a player, and though Izzo should be suspended. Well, no, he was pointing at, like, be there, but, like, he was coaching, but yelling. He wasn't Bob Knight strangling a player, right? There's a difference. Now, I'm not saying Sirianni was strangling him, but on the sideline, he get his ass kicked, if we're being honest. But there's different ways of coaching and yelling and leading, right? When he's yelling at the linebackers coach or whoever it was, like, I don't know, was he being a leader or was he just being an ass? Like, I don't know how that was being handled. And then as the season got worse and worse, and they just couldn't find a way to win, he had a look on his face like he had no freaking clue. He had no answers. And you start going, all right, so when you're winning, you're Mr. Rah-Rah, which is great. You had a very talented team. When you're losing, you have no answer? Twitch, over the last 2 months, did you see a change? Did you see any adjustments?
Nope.
Nothing. It's the same plays. It was the same players on the field. It was the same issues. Right? Yeah, linebacker play was bad all season long, but the issues offensively were the same. I don't know. Like, is he a good coach? I didn't get anything over the last 2 months of the season to make me say that he is.
Yeah, the antics didn't bother. I always said the antics don't bother me, and if they start losing, I feel like it's going to be more than just the antics that'll get me. I'm way more concerned about the fact that he had no answers over 2 months, more as a coach and as a leader than anything he did on the sidelines. Obviously, now this has become a story because he can't keep his emotions in check, and it's painfully obvious on that one. I guess I never anticipated a Big Dom suspension. I never anticipated a story where Big Dom suspension would mean that my head coach can't control his emotions.
Right, like that's, oh my God.
Like that to me.
I don't think that's been talked about enough. I don't know what it was. I'm sorry. I was not here last week, so maybe it was talked about last week. I don't think this is being talked about enough. That the head coach could not control himself when his head of security got suspended.
It's the most absurd storyline. I'm trying to think back of like what more, I'm trying to think like what crazy storylines. I remember there was the like Phillies Spencer Howard struggled pitching because he ran to first base.
Yes, that was a crazy one.
That was an absurd one.
And then he ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich the next start where he was able to go 3 1/3.
Right.
Yeah, he pitched in the 4th inning that game.
So it was a good
peanut
start.
Butter and jelly. Yeah, Spencer Howard's a big one. Early in his career, I'm sorry to even say the name, Carter Hart. Early in his career, he was not doing his same warm-up routine or whatever, and that threw him off, and it threw him off so much. Remember, he struggled early on in his career. Like it wasn't because he was a rookie in the NHL and he was struggling. No, it's because his routine was off, right? Like, some of these are absurd.
But this like the head football coach.
Yeah, the head
of a national. This is not like oh, you got like your local high school team where the head coach has got his buddy there to kind of keep him in line.
Yeah, no, this is the National Football League. Cooper, he was with my parents' house at my parents' house for the week while we were gone. So we we did all the wash when we got back. His blanket was still in the wash, not dried yet, and it was almost bedtime. It was a problem.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was a problem. He's not 2. He's
no.
Years old.
This is a guy that's worked his way through the ranks.
But Dom is Nick Sirianni's Sixers blanket that Cooper has. That's pretty much what I'm figuring out. And without him, he can't handle himself. He can't control himself.
Again, and this is not a like What does Big Dom do? We know he's important to the organization.
No, we know
we're not
is.
taking anything away from what he does. But if your head coach can't control himself to the point where, again, it plays a role in the collapse. We all saw they had no answers on the field. But part of their play on the field was also just a lethargic look of a team that, the way you said it, dead in the water. This there goes beyond just what you saw on the field, and that's why these all play roles in the collapse. I'm not saying, none of us are saying this is a sole reason.
No, but it's one of the millions of stories.
Right.
And that's why, like, when I see PJ saying, why are we pushing this? Well, because it's the next one. It's the next, and there will be another one in, maybe not next week. Maybe not 2 weeks from now. Maybe around draft time, right? When people are once again coming together and talking. There will be more.
I don't know, man. If we're getting close to that free agency time, you know, this is a veteran that was speaking out. That was, you know,
Oh, yeah.
an accomplished
if
vet.
Players don't come here. And
Well, no. I mean, players on their way out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, something I told you back in December. Guess who didn't pay
No,
me?
Javon Hargrave signed with the Niners and told the world that the Niners should have won if Brock Purdy hadn't been hurt.
That's what I mean. Like, oh, something I told you in December. Yeah, I'm not coming back with this team. Here, you can run with that.
Yeah.
Like that.
No, that's a good
I
point.
mean, it's something that, again, there's going to be guys who do not return to this team who are going to have things to say. This one was something that was said, you know, and something with the, you know, without disclosing who it was and without disclosing, you know, names. You know, there's 10,000 podcasts out there. Someone's hopping on one and saying something.
Yep,
And we'll
absolutely.
play that clip for you in a couple months.
And then we'll talk about it, and then why do you even care? He's not here anymore. And that's what we always do. It's the constant news cycle. Oh, he's not our problem anymore. Well,
He's not, but the issues are.
paints the picture of the issues that we had here. 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. So I'll reset the show we have going on so far. Also from this Marcus Hayes story, bullying. We had bullying in NovaCare. Not really, but, you know, intimidation. Oh, God, what a mess this team was last year. We're finding out as the days go on. Also, this Sixers question I never got to. Sorry, I'm still fired up about this. The season has ended. It's been over, and yet I'm not over it. I'll tell you what this Sixers question is next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
thefanatic.com.
It is 11:20 on the Midday Show, 97.5 The Fanatic, 11 o'clock hour, brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers. That's where Philly gets engaged. Remind you, coming up at 1:30, Howie Rosen will speak to the media. The Combine begins this week in Indianapolis, so the brasses of all the teams will be out at Indy, except for one. The Cowboys not at the Combine? I saw something. This is while I was gone. It popped up. Again, I checked Twitter like 5 times. Isn't there like a team not at the Combine?
I think the Cowboys coaching staff
Is
wasn't going because they're still trying to figure out the staff.
Okay.
I think there might be a number of.
You're a little behind schedule, no? Like, I mean, don't you have to be there? Like, if you're a football guy, you have to be there.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're a true football guy, obviously, you're showing up. You're there early.
Man. Exactly. You were there last week. So Howie speaks at 1:30. Nick Sirianni after that. So I'm just going to let you know now. Next hour, we have to change like all the break schedules. So what we're doing is Howie speaks at 1:30. Nick will follow. If it carries into the best show ever at 2 o'clock, we will not break away from it. We will keep going. So basically, I am begging and pleading the Eagles to actually go along schedule because we will be taking our final break at 1:20, coming back around 1:30 and leading you into the press conference. And then I'll be sitting in this chair until 2 o'clock. And then the second it's 2 o'clock, if the press conference is still going on, I'm out, and then Tyrone and company comes on in. And then they'll just fire the open and get started. So it's going to be a little different today because of this the weird timing of the press conference. It's when the GM and the head coach speaks, you got to make things work. So my brain was working last night. I was texting you. I'd email Scott. I'd email Vito.
Oh, I know. I got that.
Puma.
I was just, I was hanging out with a friend. I got a text. I was, work text. This is big.
I'm always grinding, dude.
No, listen. It was late for you, too. Real late night text.
I know. Usually I'm not, sometimes I turn off the brain or make myself turn off the brain. But no, at that point,
off the brain.
Brain was still working.
Brain was working.
Brain was still working. All right, real quick before we get back to the Eagles thing, and I see that you have a cut for me that you want to play. Corey Seidman does a great job covering the Phillies for NBC Philly. He, of course, is down in Clearwater, and he just put out a tweet. I got to ask this question. He says there's a man outside of Hammond Stadium wearing a gray number 12 Phillies Juan Nicasio jersey, who was a reliever for the Phillies a few years ago.
Yes. Season tickets to that man.
So Corey Seidman made a list last year of all the obscure jerseys he saw around Citizens Bank Park and the city of Philadelphia. So I wonder if he will follow that up. Like, why would you own a Juan Nicasio jersey?
Why wouldn't you is the better question.
So my dad, for one of his, when I was younger, I told you I did the 17 game plan. And it was me, my dad, and 2 of his work buddies and one of the friend's daughters. That was like the 5 of us that would go to the games. And for his birthday one year, my dad got one of his buddies a Freddie Garcia jersey or a jersey. This was after he was already off the team. He found it on like eBay, right? And it was a gag gift, right? Like this guy sucked. Here you go. Is that what these all are? Like, there's no way you're like just buying these jerseys because you want a Juan Nicasio jersey, unless your last name's Nicasio and you think that's cool.
Well, I mean, he probably looked at that second half of Juan Nicasio's 2019 season, was like, wow, that guy had a 3.46 ERA and struck out nearly 10 batters per 9 innings. And he was like, wow, the second half of that season, he was probably like, I'm banking on Juan Nicasio to be a big role player for this team going forward.
I guess.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. I remember sitting back there, wow, once the All-Star break hit, this has been a rough start for him. But that reset, that's really going to kick in for him. And he's going to have, 15 appearances. And
I guess.
Have a mid-3s ERA.
Or is it just seeking attention?
No. You could be seeking attention. There's a lot of
I told you
reasons.
I was at the Eagles-Bucks game with Pat Egan and Bob Cooney in Tampa earlier this year. And there was 2 kids in front of us with a Minshew jersey and
that's seeking attention.
And a Quez Watkins jersey next to each other.
Yeah.
They were buddies.
Yeah, that's seeking attention.
Like,
that's seeking attention. The Minshew one's seeking attention. Nicasio is a nice deep cut.
It's deep. Okay, yeah, so I was just saying I was here during the tough times. Is that all that it is?
No, I think he was excited for the second half of that 2019 season. You could have walked away from that season. He might have been like, you know what? That Nicasio guy, the way he pitched the second half of the season, maybe he'll be back. Maybe I got to rep him.
Maybe.
You're talking to a guy who's got a Mayberry jersey, so,
Yeah. That's all right. You were young. Still young.
Yeah. Let's say I was young when I got it.
Yeah, you were young.
Yeah,
we'll go with that. All right, so before we get back to the phones, what's this clip that you want to play? And when was this?
So Josh brought this to my attention. He went back and listened while we were talking this at the end of the season presser. We're going to hear from Howie and Nick today. He's getting ready to rip the clips later of them talking.
Yeah.
And he was like, it's worth re-listening to Sirianni explain his role as the head coach this season from that end of season presser. So listen to Sirianni again, now knowing what we know from today's report.
What is your role then?
The head coach of the football
What
team.
does that entail? How does it change?
My job is to be the head coach of the team, not the head coach of the offense, not the head coach of the defense, not the head coach of the special teams, but be the head coach of the football team. And so that's diving into that, building the culture, having a relationship with the guys on the football team, because I know when I have that connection with the guys on the football team, that's when things are, that's when the culture is working at high level. And then that's where our connection with the players and then their connection with each other works well too.
So I wonder if he's basically telling you right away, like, yeah, that got lost this year.
Sounds like it.
Because let's face it, if I am to defend Nick Sirianni, the offense was horrible this year. Horrible. Whether it was his game plan or Brian Johnson's play calling, whatever it was horrible. I don't blame Nick Sirianni for being as involved with the offense as he was last year. You had a first-time coordinator, and he was a third-year head coach that had already been to the playoffs twice, and the second year was a Super Bowl appearance. I don't blame Sirianni for being as involved with the offense. It's like if you brought in a new hire, you're going to focus on that new hire a little bit more to make sure that they get up to speed quicker, right? And you might go, all right, that guy can control himself over there. Now, the problem is you also had a new defensive coordinator in Sean Desai, and, I don't know, you demoted him, and your team fell apart. I don't know. But when it comes down to it, yeah, he's basically telling you right now, yeah, I got to work on the culture of this team. Now, here's the question. So if you're just tuning in, there was an article today from Marcus Hayes. A lot of people are complaining that I'm even bringing it up, but come on. It's another layer to the issues that have been going on with the Eagles since the season ended, or when the season was still going on, when they were 10-1, the most miserable 10-1 team, according to Jeff McClain. So Marcus Hayes puts out a story that Nick Sirianni had more issues inside the locker room. He played favorites. He was more critical of the younger, players, let the older players do whatever he wanted. Did not chastise Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown for the improv play against Seattle, and how A.J. Brown could do whatever he wanted. Jalen Hurts could do whatever he wanted, and there was just a bunch of issues, right? So Nick Sirianni needs to try to work on that. Here's my question. And it kind of goes back to the Wentz-Alshon thing that I brought up. How easily can you just repair relationships? Like, have you ever, I don't know, best friends is one thing, but, like, have you ever had a friend and then, like, you guys stop talking and then, like, years go by? Like, you might hang out with them for the first time in a long time years later, but it's not going to be the same. Like, if you had a beef.
Oh, yeah. No, there's relationships that ultimately,
that's life. I'm not even talking about football, $1 million players.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about life. Like, how am I supposed to just expect Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni to all of a sudden work well together again? I don't need them to be friends.
That's the thing. Work well. You don't need to be. And the interesting thing, we talked about the antics, and I go back to that moment in the Super Bowl
when Hurts basically told him to stop.
Right. And it's like, okay.
Sirianni's telling the Chiefs to move back because of the penalty, and Hurts brings his arm down.
It's like how much I might not care about the antics. Does my quarterback care about the antics? Does the thing of winning cures all? When they're not winning, the things that, and it's like anything else.
There's things that bother you, and then when times are tough, like,
bother you, just
it bothers you get more. Yeah,
more,
right, exactly.
It's, the relationships with people, if things aren't going well, and the thing that you're like, okay, I can overlook that because things are going well. Well, if it's not going well, can you still overlook it? Are you still going to feel the same way? Is it going to needle you just a little bit more? Frustrate you just a little bit more?
Right.
That's something, again, we're reading a lot into, a half a second, cut on television.
Right.
But we're also reading into a locker room that we saw the dysfunction of this team.
It's just funny. You mentioned this part of the story. I'll read it again. Sirianni and his staff played favorites. If you were a second-tier player or a recent addition as the team staggered its way to a 1-6 finish, Sirianni and his assistants targeted you. But if you were Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, or one of the legacy stars, your miscues went unmentioned or were excused. Like, it's one thing with the whole favorites thing. But it's another thing. It's if, like, you make a mistake and it's not pointed out. And that's going to lead to issues. The whole favorites thing, yeah, you don't have to. Yes, there are favorites. Somebody might like other players more or might like other coaches more or whatever. But that doesn't mean when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of football, when you're in the film room, that if a guy makes a mistake, you go, you're fine, don't worry, you'll get better. But, hey, Quez, I'm going to yell at you for this play. Like, if I just use Quez for an example. If I'm a player and I'm going, well, hold on, that guy made 5 mistakes last game. I made 1, and you're making my 1 mistake the biggest one out of all of them? That's a problem. And then it goes back to coaching because Sirianni, by the way, you're talking about playing old clips of Sirianni. How many times do we hear Sirianni say, oh, yeah, it's the details. It's in the details. It's in the details. Well, if guys are making mistakes and you're in the film room and you're excusing them of it, how are they going to learn? How are they going to get better? How are you going to focus on the details that you're ignoring? Whew. Sirianni speaks later on the 1 o'clock hour. Let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Cisco and Bluebell. Cisco, you're on the Fanatic.
Gentlemen.
What's up, man?
Look, I agree with you. If you're saying it's a coaching issue, it is a coaching issue. How do you have the opposing team call out your plays before you run them?
Oh, yeah.
Go into a formation. You got to change up your plays. You got to evolve. Your offense has to evolve. You can't come in here with the same offense you had in 2022 here in 2023. You can't do it. These defensive coordinators are studying you. They are studying your offense. How you going to do this?
No, you can't do it. And he said it. He said it going into the season. He told the world going into the season that they weren't going to make changes.
Right. And look, if I'm the quarterback, and I know the other team's defense is calling out my plays, wouldn't I be throwing more interceptions?
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
And then I'm going to start improvising and all this other kind of stuff.
Exactly. That's probably why they had to improvise. They knew the other team was calling out the plays.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to absolve Hurts of everything. I mean, he did not play well, but
no, I'm not, because he had 5 fumbles too this year.
Right, exactly. That has nothing to do with play calling.
Exactly. But look here, I Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox defended this guy this year when they were asked whether or not he should be gone. They defended Sirianni.
Yeah, but here's the thing: what else were they going to say? Oh man, fire his ass. Like they're not going to say that. They're going to speak anonymously, like all these stories.
Yeah, but you don't play it up like he's the greatest coach on earth.
Right.
You don't do that.
No, I know, but you know what? I forget who it was, and thanks for the call, Cisco. Great hearing from you. Somebody posted, was it Zach Berman? I forget who posted it. After Jason Kelsey gave his ringing endorsement of Sirianni, somebody posted Jason Kelsey giving a ringing endorsement of Doug Peterson.
Well, I mean, and from today's report, would you also give a ringing endorsement? Would you also want to play for a guy who says you're mistake-free when you make mistakes?
Yeah, I'd say it publicly.
Yeah, like if anything,
makes me feel great about myself.
Anything,
yeah, sure.
This today is just like, okay, yeah, of course, Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox. Like, these are the guys that enjoyed the best moments of Sirianni's career here in Philadelphia, and career feels like a very long, big word for 3 years, but enjoyed the best moments of it, and also seemed to be this season where, when it came to accountability, according to this, accomplished veteran that was part of the team, that they also were kind of absolved.
Yeah.
Of any blame.
Yeah, it was all the younger players.
Like, hey, if you want to work for someone that says you are blameless and finds someone else to blame,
sounds good.
Works for me.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
So another blurb from the story. Hayes writes, this is no indictment of Hurts or Brown or any Eagles player, really. Rather, it's an indictment of Sirianni and his inability to control his team as a third-year coach who lost both coordinators to head coaching jobs with other teams. It's an indictment of first-year offensive coordinator Brian Johnson. He is a longtime family friend of Hurts's and was his quarterback's coach for 2 years with the Eagles. But when promoted last year, players said Johnson became reluctant to hold Hurts accountable. Johnson also, according to players, was intimidated by A.J. Brown. He was intimidated by one of the wide receivers. Like, again, people complain about who wrote the story. But as the days go on, we get more and more stories. And now we're getting to the point where the offensive coordinator was intimidated by their star player. And as we heard from multiple callers, right, not reports, but a lot of callers brought up, like, man, maybe Brian Johnson doesn't want to coach Hurts all that hard because of their relationship. To me, I almost think, like, you can coach hard to a guy that you know because you have that kind of relationship. Like, you know that it's strictly business. Like, this is nothing personal. Like, I'm trying to get the most out of you because I love you, blah, blah, blah. But according to Marcus Hayes, he wouldn't even hold the quarterback accountable.
Yeah, and I kind of, like, it's not so much an excuse. It's something that, like, again, from the human aspect, I can understand, like, not being able to find that line with someone that, again, I'm not into the intimate details of their friendship, the family friendship, the whole thing. Like, they obviously had a relationship before this. It played a role in him being here, and obviously he was tremendously successful under him when he was the quarterback's coach. The dynamic in that room was obviously off, and I can understand not being able to find that line, but obviously that's a detriment to the team. And that's, again, part of why I think when, they decided to keep Nick, you had to make a change there because that was
because somebody's head has to roll. That's basically how it works.
That again.
And then they word it like, oh man, Brian Johnson, he and Hurts weren't seen eye. You said it before he was even fired, that they were basically setting it up for Brian Johnson to be fired.
That they were setting up for it to be, well, now that Brian Johnson's gone, we could just plug and play and it's going to be okay. Right. It's like, well, okay.
Now we have an established offensive coordinator here, and Nick is basically losing.
Yeah, which is interesting because it's not so much like the story is Brian Johnson's gone. It's not so much Nick Sirianni's influence is drained. Like, you basically removed two people from that room. One got to keep their job. One is now going.
Sirianni's now not the head coach of the offense. He's the head coach of the football team.
Yes, one now has to work with Cliff Kingsbury and hope that his career gets better from that. Which, good luck.
Right, and that's the other thing. Sean Desai also did not get another DC job.
No, he's out there in LA.
Both coordinators from Philadelphia took steps back in their careers after this past year.
Yep.
They're now special assistants.
Yes, analysts, I believe, is the fun word.
Desai is a senior advisor.
Oh.
He's been a defensive coordinator for 2 seasons, not even 2 seasons, because he didn't finish it. He's a senior advisor, which...
This would be all time.
Oh, yeah.
We get to week 13 out in L.A.
And he takes over.
And they say, you know what? Decide. You get to call plays now.
Just like Patricia did. Yeah, it's amazing.
That's great. It's the circle of life in the NFL.
All right, my question for the Sixers. I'll throw this out here now, and you can call in at 610-632-0975. We'll talk more about this on the other side. My question regarding the Sixers, and trust me, the Eagles thing is still on the table. The Sixers play the Celtics tonight, and normally this is a game where, it's you're setting your reminder on your phone or your reminder on your TV, and you're ready to watch Sixers Celtics. Now, obviously, that is drained a little bit when Joel Embiid's not playing because of the injury. My question for you is, anybody taking stock in these games right now? Or are you just kind of waiting for him to come back? Because I was so angry about Tobias Harris yesterday. But is it even worth my time right now to be angry about Tobias Harris? Not is it worth my time watching the Sixers. It is worth my time watching the Sixers. But, I already know who Tobias Harris is. I hope for the excitement from Tyrese Maxey. I hope for Buddy Hield to, wake up a little bit after the last couple of games. But is anyone taking stock out of these Sixers games right now? Because I'll be honest, man, I'm watching them, but what am I really to judge? It's all about when Embiid comes back. Am I wrong for doing that? 610-632-0975. I would love to hear your answers on that. Also, I have a question about running backs that I want to get into, speaking of the NFL. We'll get to that later on in the next segment as well. Because, my God, are there a lot of well-known running backs available in free agency right now. And it just tells you exactly how teams are now valuing the running back position. Because this city here in Philadelphia, we want linebackers and running backs. It's not just Philadelphia where linebackers and running backs aren't valued all that much. I'm Andrew Sal. Tune in to the Midday Show right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic. Fanatic.com.
I just saw something really cool on Twitter. Tom McCarthy, of course, play-by-play man for your Philadelphia Phillies on NBC. He quote tweeted a video that somebody tweeted at him. It was a VHS tape of a 1997 New Britain Rockcats versus Trenton Thunder game. Wow. And T-Mac was on the call and called a David Ortiz Oppo 3-run home run, and Torrey Hunter, they were both in Double-A at the time, because remember Ortiz came over with the Twins organization. Torrey Hunter robbed the home run, crashed through the wall. It was a Double-A field.
Wow.
The field wasn't really in the best condition at the time. But yeah, how cool is that? Imagine, like, look, you Mr. Edmonton Steamers, right?
Yeah, close to what the name was, the town was named.
Edenton.
Yes,
Edenton,
you got it there.
Steamers. I know your career.
Yeah.
You know, when you're...
You've got my resume on file.
When you overtake Jim Nance, and you work with Tony Romo, but hopefully you get a new color analyst.
I'll be honest with you. They're going to have to sweeten the pot for me money-wise to work with Tony.
When you get that gig, we'll find your Edenton Steamers clips, and 20 years from now we'll clip them.
Yeah, sounds great.
This was Ray Dunn when he was first getting his first starts as a play-by-play.
You can't see the ball go out because it's a one-camera setup and
that
cuts off the corner of the.
That is good camera quality on this one. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I bet.
Double-A baseball.
I was gonna say they probably got a little bit better than we did, but crazy. That's the second time Torrey Hunters came up for me this week. We're talking about number 48s because I was number 48 to board. And that was we started figuring out who's the best 48 of all time. This is how I passed the time in the airport on Sunday.
Impressive, actually. And so Torrey Hunter was the best?
Torrey Hunter was one that came up. Mentioned DeGrom as another solid 48.
That's good 48 if you can stay healthy.
Yeah, so we were trying to work down that path. I honestly forget the other two that we...
World Series champion, Jacob DeGrom.
That's right. Yes. Heavy lifting for him.
Did he pitch a game? I think he did. He pitched in he may have made 2 starts. Hold on. I'm not saying the playoffs. I'm saying the beginning of the season.
Yeah, well, we saw him at the beginning of the season because that 5-run lead the Phillies had on opening day.
Yeah, he made 6 starts. He went
6 starts.
2-0. So, yeah, World Series champion Jacob DeGrom. It worked out for him.
It did.
Leaving the Mets. Everybody mocked the Rangers for paying him. Look what happened. They won a World Series because of it.
Now they're not going to pay Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah, exactly.
Well.
Bring him home. Bring him here.
Hey, listen. Please.
I'll take
here now.
All right, so we'll get back to the Eagles talk in a second, but the Sixers question I have for you. And I'd love to get people's thoughts on this. How much stock are you taking in the games right now? Is it wrong of me to take, absolutely none?
Probably, yeah.
So what stock are you getting at? Look, okay, I get to see Campaign and Buddy Hill and the new additions. All right, that's worn off now. It was a couple weeks ago. And, all right, Tobias Harris is continuing to disappoint me. I don't think he's going to all of a sudden turn it up a notch. What am I watching? I'm going to watch. Because I'm a Sixers fan. But when I say what am I watching for, I mean, when I'm putting on the game, who am I trying to say? Oh, look at what they're doing with the offense here.
How many times have we seen a playoff series where Embiid played every game?
It's good question. Because the Celtics, he missed the first 2.
First game. Because he came back in game 2, and then he got MVP in game 3.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's the point. Honestly, to me, that's what it is. Okay, can this team figure it out where not that they can win a series without Embiid, but can we have a game that they win when Embiid's not in the lineup?
Okay, so you're watching how the offense operates, how the defense operates without Joel Embiid. Okay. It's a very good basketball mind viewpoint on it.
I've been doing this with the Sixers now for 6 years with Embiid in the playoffs. I got to learn how to win one game in a series without him.
Now here's the problem. You do a quick look at the standings, and this is something that I kept on pointing out because I didn't agree with what the reporters were saying because obviously this was coming from the Sixers camp. They kept on saying the whole, they believe that they won't fall into the play-in seeds, right? They're 1 game ahead of the Pacers right now. The Sixers are the 5th seed. The Heat also a game back, the 6th seed. The Pacers the 7th seed. It's seeds 7, 8, 9, and 10 that are in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw the Jimmy Butler post, We
Yeah,
said
now
it's about that
it's
time.
about that time where he turns it up a notch. Yeah, they're 8-2 in their last 10. The Heat. The Sixers are 3-7 in their last 10.
Yeah, February started and they just slowly, what the Undertaker gif, which is coming up.
Yeah, they wake
literally
up, yeah.
that's what they've done.
So the Heat are going to jump the Sixers. That's not even a question. The Pacers, they're only a game back. And, oh, by the way, your Orlando Magic, who everybody was saying, oh, well, they're not going to catch it. The Magic have to win games, too, not just the Sixers losing. They're 7-3 in the last 10. They're a game and a half back.
The Heat and the Magic have the two easiest schedules left in the NBA this season.
That's great. So
we did this panic.
Okay.
We did. Tom and I went down the dark path. So I'm right there with you.
You're going to watch to see how the Sixers can continue to get better without Joel Embiid, even though you are hoping that he is back at some point. And if he's back, whatever you did, you completely basically get rid of because you're once again operating through Joel Embiid. That's what it's going to be come playoff time. That's how it should be.
Yes, absolutely. But, I mean, we think a lot about the non-Embiid minutes, and you go back to some of the series where, Greg Monroe's out there running with them, and what's the plus-minus with Embiid on the floor versus off the floor? Like, you go back to that Raptors series, everyone wants to point out, the bubble guts and, him being sick during that series and how it impacted them. Go look at the on-off numbers for him in that series. It's ridiculous, what they did when he was not on the floor. So that, to me, is a piece of this as well, is, can you take – so much of Nick Nurse and his career is the experimentation, and he's the mad scientist. He's the one that finds ways to scheme up things and make things work, especially as the offensive mind that he is. Well, okay, can you find a way where this time is where you figure out, okay, if you get Embiid back and you have that 10 minutes, that 12, 15 minutes where Embiid's not playing in a game.
What are you doing?
What do you do? I mean, it's probably going to be 10 when you get to the postseason, but 10 minutes where he's not playing. Are you going to be able to stay afloat? Campaign has mentioned already while he's been here that they've used him in different ways that have made him feel a little bit more involved and more comfortable than where he's been before. So, okay, if he's liking that, what's working to his strengths, are you maximizing the other guys? Because as much as it will fall on the big man when he gets back, you do have to figure out how the pieces fit without him on the floor.
The problem is you're trying to maximize Tobias Harris, and how much can he be maximized at this point? You know what I mean? Like, that's one of the problems right now is that you are one of your max contract players. I'm not going to say star players, but one of your max contract players is giving you next to nothing. And, I mentioned that the Sixers are only a game and a half up with the Magic, who are the 8th seed right now. They're not going to fall any lower than that. I don't think the Bulls are going to go on any sort of run. The Sixers have a 6-game lead ahead of Chicago. I don't think the Bulls are going to catch up, but the Sixers schedule, you mentioned how the Heat and the Magic have the easiest schedules. The Sixers schedule is not doing them any favors the rest of this way. It was a nice win against the Cavs the other night, right? You got to give them credit for that. 2 wins against the Cavs in the span of 11 days. But, okay, other than those wins, I mean, you've been losing a lot of basketball games against good teams, and you got more good teams to come, including tonight against the Boston Celtics. And so what? I'm going to watch the game for what reason? Like, maybe just end up getting angry? Like, I hope that they could put up a good fight, but do I really believe that they will?
Well, you at the beginning of the season you were about the educational experience.
Yeah, but
so
the
prepare to be educated.
The educational experience was with Joel Embiid as a part of the process. And right now he's not a part of the process. Right now he's out, and it's something that we're used to. And look, I'm talking about a team that, look, I wanted Harden back, and I'm not all of a sudden going to say oh my God, I wish he was here. But man, could you imagine if they had him right now? It would probably be pretty nice. I'm trying to think of what they could have done. Like, if Harden was still here, are you losing as many games as you are right now?
Well, assuming Harden's healthy, assuming, he's having the same.
And that's a big assumption.
Yeah, assuming that he bought into what Nick Nurse was doing and they were able to mend fences and he was like that. To me, you're walking down an alternate timeline that
right. And I know some of the players that are here would not be here because James Harden.
Right, Batum's not here.
You get him via the trade.
Morris was a part of the trade with Hield.
Yep.
So that's already, draft picks part of that. Trying to think, go down the whole path of who they
I just
traded.
wonder if they'd be falling apart as much as they are right now. Because they're 3-7 in their last 10, and they're fortunate to beat the Cavs twice.
Right. And
Cavs are a better team. Cavs are the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference.
Part of this is learning where Maxi's at in terms of, how can he guide the show without him. And it's unfair to him because, the team, again, the way it's constructed, constructing a team around Maxi right now isn't getting you where you think it's getting you. And it's unfair to him to do it, at the 6-foot guard in this league that, is incredibly talented, but how many of them are leading teams to top seeds right now? No, that's
right.
Like, look at the nature. Look at the top of this league. The Celtics right now are doing it with a pair of wings, and one in Tatum that's having himself a heck of a season. And it's
A hell of a season.
and the way that team's constructed, I mean, it's almost unfair to start comparing, guys like that to guys that you have. But you're right. Harden, if you had him here in, a vacuum, sure, I'd feel probably more secure about them treading water. But ultimately, there was no vacuum to be had with him. And all the turmoil with him, I'd be shocked if he was still bought in, engaged, and ready to go with this group right now.
Some big ifs. It's just pretty disappointing what's going on right now. It sucks. That's why I even asked the question. I'm like, all right, what are you watching for at this point? And all right, you make a good point. You watch what they could do without Embiid on the court because there are going to be he's not going to play 48 minutes a night come playoff time. But still, man, it's been a rough road for the Sixers, and I don't see it getting any better anytime soon.
I'm just curious, what changed though for you? Like, did the expectations dial up for you with this team?
No, but the trade deadline happens, and you get the excitement of the trade deadline. Now it's like, all right, that excitement is worn off, and it's not because they're losing games. It's just that, all right, you now see the players you have in front of you. Now you're just kind of sitting here and going, all right, what is this team going to look like the rest of the way? And I can only watch for that so often.
Okay. I mean, I think that
other than just pure enjoyment of watching the Sixers because they're my favorite basketball team.
Right.
So I'm going to watch them just to watch them. But, all right, when they first make the trades, all right, what does Buddy Hield look like? What does Campaign look like? What do these guys look like? Now you're just kind of sitting here and waiting until a big man comes back.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at it from like what you said again, the educational approach at the beginning of the season. Like this is the ultimately, like you want to talk about learning, like you're learning about just about everyone except Embiid, and maybe it's not learning the play style, but it's learning about you think at this point. I think we're all pretty aware of what you get with Tobias Harris. I think this is a really wonderful time to learn about Maxey and his ability to be the engine that drives the team solely. And not that I think we're ever going to end up in that space or soon going to end up in that space, but it's interesting to see that if your cornerstones are going to be Maxey and Embiid, you have to anticipate Embiid missing, considerable 17, go to the 65 game limit. I would say 65 is usually a target number for him. Like if you want him to be healthy for a season, that's probably the number that you would say you target.
Yeah,
so
and then bottom line, it all matters about the playoffs anyway.
Right.
None of this really matters if we're being honest with ourselves.
To an extent, we're talking about not getting in the play-in. Like right now, that's what matters.
Which
I'm terrified of the play-in.
I'm of the belief that they're in it. They're in the play-in. Like they're not. I don't think they're going into some winning streak. I really don't. Nick Nurse be damned. Like I don't think they're going to go on some winning streak. I don't think they're going to all of a sudden snap into this incredible run. They have some winnable games, right? They have the Hornets. The Mavericks is a winnable game, even though the Mavericks beat you up not that long ago. You got another game against the Hornets, but you also have the Pelicans. You have the Knicks twice. You have the Bucks again. You have the Heat. You just mentioned that tweet that Jimmy Butler put out there. You have the Suns. You have the Clippers twice. You have the Cavs. Like, they have a very difficult schedule the rest of the way. Until the last couple of weeks, you have some winnable games, and you're hoping at that point Joel Embiid's back and he can turn it up a notch a little bit. I don't know. It's disappointing. It's a question that I wanted to ask. If you want to, feel free to climb in at 610-632-0975. What are you watching for at this point with the Sixers moving forward until the big man comes back? And are you taking any stock into what you're watching? Because here's the thing. Like, if some guy is struggling, other than Tobias Harris, like if Maxey starts struggling, I don't think it's because he doesn't have the chops to be in the NBA. I think it's because he doesn't have Joel Embiid. So, like, what stock are you taking out of it right now?
Yes, but going back to the fact that if you pay him, which we all want to do.
Yes,
I'm not saying this is not
contract.
Would you pay Tyreek? No. You want him here. You want him to be a cornerstone. There are going to be 15 to 17 games a season.
Where he's playing without the big man.
Without him. And also, you already gave that contract to Paul Reed, which, by the way, Paul Reed, that guaranteed money right now, you don't get out of the first round, all of a sudden that's not guaranteed. Remember the Danny Ainge?
What you're saying is you're tanking?
No, I'm saying that Paul Reed, hey, man, you want to make sure all that money's guaranteed, dial it up right now. But also for him, 15 to 17 games a season, you have to assume with him under this contract as Embiid's backup
that you'll be all right with him as the backup.
That you're the guy. So there are guys that I think right now, if you are looking at this group, that have to show you, okay, yeah, you are going to be okay. As we start to build out for what the future looks like with this team, I am learning things.
The future that is two guys under contract and eventually Tyrese Maxey.
Well, there's a lot of guys also, Buddy Hield could get himself a payday.
Yes, as he probably should, but we got to see how he fits with the big man when eventually he comes back. All right, so this Eagles conversation, if you're just tuning in, I hope you're enjoying your lunchtime. You've reached it, midday of the workday. So the latest story comes from Marcus Hayes in the Inquirer, and it's about Nick Sirianni some more. and how Nick Sirianni had favorites inside the locker room, which is nothing new to the world of sports. There's nothing new with the world of life, right? Like, you're not everybody's favorite at where you work, and there's people that aren't your favorites at work, right? But the problem is how it was addressed. And one of the blurs from the article is that Sirianni and his staff played favorites if you were a second-tier player or a recent addition as the team staggered to its 1-6 finish. Sirianni and his assistants targeted you. But if you were Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, one of the legacy stars, your miscues went unmentioned or were excused. So this is now another layer to all the issues surrounding Nick Sirianni, from the 10-1 start to the collapse, and now everything that you're hearing after the season has come to an end. And I know there's people that feel a certain type of way about Marcus's reporting, and everybody's, pointing out the credibility and all this kind of stuff. Like, look, I don't think Marcus Hayes is making stuff up. Just like I don't think Jeff McClain has made stuff up. Just like I don't think Tim McManus has made stuff up. Like, no, all these guys are talking to people. One of my biggest issues with some of the reaction to these stories is that we're so green-goggled at times that we want to ignore the issue, right? Like, I had a caller, Jay, earlier today, who I love Jay. I've been talking to Jay for a long time. Peter King wrote in his, second-to-last story for the Monday Morning Quarterback about Jalen Hurts. He wrote, hey, let me just read it for you. I don't have a good feeling about Philadelphia in 2024, but if the Eagles return to goodness, it's going to be on the wings of Jalen Hurts. Lead, man. So once again, his leadership comes into question, right? And Jay calls in and goes, man, they're grown men. What do you need leaders for? Come on. Like, we're now all of a sudden going to start thinking that leadership doesn't matter in sports just because it's our team. All of a sudden, favoritism doesn't matter because it's our team. Well, the way it's being addressed, the way it's being pointed out that they can do no wrong. Once again, here's a veteran quoted inside the story, again, anonymous. He was asked if A.J. Brown's on-field conniptions and his 2-week media blackout were affecting the team. An accomplished veteran player replied, quote, I don't know about that, but I will say it doesn't help when they treat guys two different ways. As he said that, he nodded toward Jalen Hurts' locker. And then when asked about A.J. Brown, he said, yeah, I guess some guys can't do anything wrong. And this just leads to another issue where there's players that have a disconnect between their head coach and they feel like they're handled a certain way and other players are handled another. If you were an offensive lineman, Jordan Mailata, Cam Jurgens, or Landon Dickerson, you were treated differently than if you were Jason Kelsey or Lane Johnson. And heaven forbid you were a young defensive lineman like Jordan Davis or Jalen Carter, who could do no right in the last 2 months, as opposed to Fletcher Cox or Brandon Graham, the former of whom disappeared in the later part of the season and the later of whom didn't show up in the former part of the season. So it's funny, like Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham, you guys struggle. It's all good. Don't worry, guys. Hey, Jordan, Jalen, you guys need to play better. It just seems like there's more and more turmoil. And I know a lot of people go, oh, man, there's anonymous sources. What do they care? They might not be here. They might be here. A, you don't know that. You don't know if these veteran players are going to be gone. They might still be here. Everybody keeps on doing, man, who's the veteran player? Quez Watkins? You don't know that. You don't know who these veteran players could be. These could be some veteran players that are big names inside the Eagles locker room. These stories have been coming out for months now. My question for you, am I crazy to already being worried about the 2024 season? Because I am already worried about the 2024 season, and it has nothing to do with the talent. I think this team is still talented. I've been saying that it's a Ferrari engine, but it's just sitting there. Offensively, at least. It was not run well with Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni. I hope it is run well with Kellen Moore. But the problem is, I realized something this year that I think a lot of you need to realize. That talent doesn't always prevail. Sometimes just being more talented than the opposition doesn't mean you're going to win something. And we shouldn't just ignore that because we have seen that with a million teams. Look at the Cowboys. How many times? The Mets are going to Mets, right? The Mets have had one of the more talented teams in baseball over the last couple of years, but they fall apart every single year. Why? Because it's the Mets. The Mets are going to Mets. I don't think the Eagles are going to become the Mets, but why are the Eagles immune to that? Why are the Eagles immune to being talented and falling short because of nonsense, because of issues, because of finger pointing, because of poor leadership? Hurts leadership, Sirianni leadership, puppets, right? Like, who actually has say in certain decision making? I still don't believe that Nick Sirianni was the one that made Matt Patricia the defensive coordinator. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I believe that Howie Roseman had something to do with that, which is why he was probably hired in the first place, Matt Patricia. But why are the Eagles, for a lot of fans, immune to, like, the Mets struggles, right? Is it because we just don't want to believe that that could be the case?
You don't want to believe this can bleed into another season. That this is something that's a trend. This is something that's going to continue. I think that's where some people are with this. The Mets treatment, I think for people it's also, oh, ew. Don't put us in that.
Look, I don't think they will go that far. I mean, that's been a long time coming now. These Mets, right? It's been happening for a long time, but I don't know. After a while, like, if this stuff is happening, why are we so quick to just ignore it? It goes back to the media thing. Why are we so quick to just get angry at the reporter when this could be issues inside the locker room? Now, Ross checks in. He says, if all this is true, Andrew, there's no way Jeffrey Lurie did not know about anything, so why the hell would he bring back Nick? That's a good point, but all these stories coming out, it's players talking about the head coach at this point. And we've talked about this ad nauseum. Why bring him back? Well, maybe he works well with Howie and Jeffrey Lurie.
Do I have to do the whole thing where I play the role of Nick Sirianni again and convince you to give me my job?
Right.
Let me keep my job?
Yeah. I mean, there's many reasons why he may be back. And, you just got rid of Doug Peterson after a couple of years after winning the Super Bowl, and you were looked at poorly for doing it. So maybe you don't want to do that with Nick. Howie Roseman brought up all the records. Remember, he said during the press conference, we're not going to ignore what happened after the 10-1 start. But we can't ignore that we were 10-1. And that our record before the collapse was this, like 36 and whatever, right? Like, he did that whole thing. So he was still trying to ignore the collapse because he wanted to just point out to the good. Well, here's the thing, Howie, the bad did happen, and you can't just ignore the bad. And that's something that I think that they did. And I think maybe, to Ross's tweet, maybe Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni sat down together and said, look, we should try to fix this because it was really good at one point. Maybe I should give Nick Sirianni the benefit of the doubt to be able to fix things. But right now, I don't feel any confidence because all the things that he was celebrated for, not just being an offensive mind, but also being a great leader of men and a great players coach and a great CEO type, you're getting all these stories and you're starting to find out that all that stuff may not be true. And it looks like they're just going to give him one more shot at it. The number to climb in, 610-632-0975. Coming up next, I do want to get into this running backs conversation because there's a lot of big-name free agents out there. It just shows you how this league is changing. And the question is whether or not you want to roll the dice with one of these guys, but what are you even offering at this point? It's wild how the league is looking at running backs. We'll talk about that next. Also, I'll remind you about everything that's still to come on the show because we got a big 1 o'clock hour ahead of you. I'll tell you about that next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 12:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. You just heard The Stager. The best show ever coming your way today at 2 o'clock. So here's the deal. We've got a big 1 o'clock hour ahead of you. By the way, our 12 o'clock hour brought to us by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. The Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni press conferences are taking place today as a lot of GMs and coaches are speaking. If you've been just, refreshing Twitter at all, during your day today, there's a lot of press conference going on because it's the combine. And that's why we were joking around about whether or not the things will start on time with the Eagles, because we're moving all kinds of stuff around. And my man Anthony Dean Photography checks in. He goes, based off of what was going on this season, you better know that it's going to be late, the press conference. I think these will be on time because it's league-wide. Like, I think they have a very strict schedule to follow. I don't think these press conferences are going to be all that long either. It's probably going to be 10 to 15 minutes for both, but they're going to be separate. So Howie Roseman, allegedly, speaking at 1:30, Nick Sirianni will follow. So what we're going to do, I'm going to take my final break that we normally take around 1:52 at 1:21. We will come out of the break, set you up for the press conference, and then we will listen to Howie Roseman speak. Once he's done speaking, if it is not 2 o'clock yet, I will come back on and get you set until Sirianni speaks. And then once Sirianni starts speaking, I will jump off. And if it's not 2 o'clock yet, I will take you to 2. And then hand the keys over to Tyrell. Keep the car running, right? Tyrone's just going to jump right on. The Open's going to start, and boom, they're going to start their show. If not, it'll carry into the 2 o'clock hour, and same thing. Tyrone will jump right on, and then they'll go to their first break, and then we'll be back to our regular scheduled programming. But, we're mixing some things up. So if you hear break times a little bit different over the next hour, now you understand why. But 1:30, you want to be listening. Howie Roseman will speak to the media, followed by Nick Sirianni. And I wonder if anyone will ask about all of these stories that have been coming out. Because there's been the articles about Sirianni and Hurts's relationship, but nobody's necessarily asked about it since the story has come out. Now you're getting a story from Marcus Hayes about favoritism. And you played that clip from the end of the season press conference earlier today, Ray, about how his role as the head coach is going to be making sure that the culture is good inside NovaCare, which I think that's important, right? Like, look, you need to do that. Well, what went wrong with the culture? Like, these are some things that I'm looking forward to hearing later on today. Like, we'll talk about it as we get close to the press conference about what we want to hear today. But these are some of the things. Now, real quick, we got our lineup for today's spring training action for your Fighting Phils. Trey Turner's in the leadoff spot, Ray. What does that mean? Does that mean he's going to be batting leadoff for opening day?
Come on.
I doubt
it. Let's come on.
Turner's leadoff, Bryson Stott second, Christian Pache in the 3-hole, Derek Hall cleanup.
Well, maybe Pache will bat third.
We got the big
opening
boppers.
Day.
We got the big boppers today. Weston Wilson, Jake Cave still on the team. Scott Kingery playing right field now. So my man can't see the infield. Kingery's now in right.
Well, to his credit, Stott's playing today.
That's a good point.
Like, I'm not gonna rip top.
So you just want to keep the bat hot for Kingery. Stubbsy, your boy out behind the dish. Castro at third base, and then Christopher Sanchez is on the bump.
Should be a good one. Looking forward to it. I think another day on.
Is this Kingery's last year?
Yeah, so it is the last year in terms of his minor league deal. So they declined the club option on the contract he had signed initially. So that contract is ended. The contract that he spent, that was the $28 million or whatever it was.
So this is now minor league.
So he reverts back to the minor league contract, which I believe this is the final year under control he has.
Oh man, so he went from making like $7 million a year to what is he making this year?
Let's go to the trusty old spot track.
It's got to be. It's under $1 million, right? I mean, minor leaguers aren't paid all that much. Oh man, that's got to be rough. I hope he didn't buy like some nice house or anything after the.
Well, I mean, let's be clear here in terms of the millions he made before. I think he's probably still in a solid spot.
Different lavish lifestyles than we do, Ray. Yeah, I realize that I'm not making millions of dollars.
You aren't?
I'm not. Believe it or not.
Oh,
I know it's a high-paying gig. Yeah, like that sucks. He's taking a big pay cut. My man's playing right field. Whatever. I still believe they messed
According
him up.
to Spot Track, these 2024 retained salary. So I guess probably what the buyout was $1 million to get out of that club option.
Okay.
So he's still got $1 million.
I mean, I'm not going to weep for Scott Kingery making $1 million. I do believe I still believe they messed him up. I think they messed him up, and I think our expectations were too high. Not mine. A lot of people were calling him the next Chase Utley. I heard the next Laser Show, next Dustin Pedroia. I said, hey, he hasn't played in the big leagues.
Well, there was
let's wait a second.
the reporter that came out with the report that I think it was an MLB scout told him that he's like Dustin Pedroia but with more talent. That was something that was run by a prominent outlet.
All right.
That's where the comparison, I believe, came from. Dustin Pedroia with more talent. Or Dustin Pedroia, was it with talent? I forget. At some point, it like kind of slighted Pedroia, where I was like, we probably.
Oh, so Kingery's better than Pedroia.
Dustin Pedroia with more talent, I think was what I think they said about him. Whatever it was like, okay, Pedroia, let's show a little respect here to Pedroia.
Right.
Not, drive the hype train too much.
All right, so running back convo that I wanted to have. So no running backs are getting paid this year, I don't think. It's amazing. You know who completely messed it up? And it's not Saquon Barkley for being a turncoat on his fellow free agent running backs last year when he got like 6 pennies more and decided, oh, yeah, this would be good enough for me. Miles Sanders screwed up everybody. If there's an enemy for running backs, it shouldn't be GMs. It should be Miles Sanders. Because Miles Sanders was the only running back that got a decent contract last offseason and was horrible. Horrible. Chuba Hubbard ended up playing more. Chuba Hubbard helped me win a fantasy championship because he was getting the ball as much. Miles Sanders was a disaster. So here's your free agent running back because none of these guys are getting the franchise tag. It's being announced. You have Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard. I know had a rough season last year. Austin Eckler looks like he's aging a little bit, but who knows? DeAndre Swift, Zach Moss, A.J. Dillon's up on his rookie contract, J.K. Dobbins with Baltimore, and Gus Edwards with Baltimore. Dude, I don't know where these guys go. And for how much money? Miles Sanders screwed the market up for running back. Now, you're going to believe in Derrick Henry more than you're going to believe in Miles Sanders, but if you're a team and you're like, who's going to pay Derrick Henry the amount of money he should probably get? So they have on this article, it's from CBS Sports. They have the projected salaries for these players. So they have Josh Jacobs at a 4-year, $42 million salary, 10.6 average, which would make him the 7th highest paid running back. Josh Jacobs is number 1. Number 2 is Derrick Henry. They only have him as a 1-year deal. And guess where one of the landing spots is? Philadelphia. Now, would I take him? Of course I would. But it's just not the right way to build anymore. It isn't.
No.
The right way to build is finding guys in the draft and
that's why I don't blame Miles
guys,
Sanders.
Getting guys off the rookie. Well, no, he screwed up for the running back.
Yeah, but
Miles Sanders is an enemy for running backs, in my opinion.
4 years, 25.4. I don't think any of these guys were signing for that, or looking to sign for that. Like I don't think any of them like when they go into free agency, they value them more than Miles Sanders.
That's true.
Like they're better backs than Miles Sanders.
Saquon Barkley should be valued more than Miles Sanders.
Correct. Like 4 for 25.4. Saquon looks at that. Like if a team signs Saquon for that, they're like, wow, we got Saquon at Miles Sanders money.
Right.
Like it's not. Oh, I can't believe Miles Sanders. It's the fact that teams found usage and found the ability to.
How much is he making per year, Sanders?
The average is 6.3.
All right. So here's the spot track estimation. So Josh Jacobs is 10.6 per over 4 years. Derrick Henry 10.3 for 1 year. Saquon under 10 a year. They have him at 3 years, 29.9 mil, so 9.9 per. So more than Miles Sanders, to your point, for all these guys. Eckler's just 3 years, 22 million, 7 per year. And Eagles are a landing spot for him. He actually makes sense if he's if he's still alive, if his legs still work.
Yeah, if he's still got the burst, because I remember that video.
I wanted to trade for him last year. Do you remember? I was in Clearwater with Ant. We were doing the show from the outfield, and there was a report that the Eagles were interested in Austin Eckler because they weren't going to pay him. I think they ended up franchise tagging him, but they weren't going to pay him, and they allowed him to seek a trade, basically the Hassan Reddick treatment. Like, all right, you can go find a trade, see what your value is. I wanted Eckler because he makes sense. He's a guy that can run the football but can also catch the ball to the backfield and do a million things, which is what DeAndre Swift can do, and yet they just didn't utilize him enough. Or Hurst just didn't look at his checkdowns. That could be it, too. But like you said, that video of him running, looking like a fullback, like if he's got no legs left, like why are you paying him 3 years, $22 million?
Yeah, it was the 37-yard run against the Green Bay Packers that went viral in November because he did not look like he was hitting anywhere close to the top speed you would grow to appreciate from Austin Eckler.
It's funny, of these 10 running backs, a lot of them are linked to the Eagles. Zach Moss, which would make sense, especially the Indianapolis tie with Nick. Swift is still tagged to the Eagles, but they have the Patriots as the first one for him. Eckler, the first team they mentioned is the Eagles. And then Derrick Henry, third team that mentions the Eagles. The first one actually makes a lot of sense, Baltimore.
Ooh.
Imagine, all right, who am I gonna have to stop? Lamar tucks and runs, or Derrick Henry gets handed the football off? That actually would be scary if he goes to Baltimore. The second team they mentioned for Henry is the Cowboys.
And the numbers Lamar could put up with them stacking the box, thinking about,
yeah, that could be scary.
That would. Hey, good luck, AFC. You have fun with that.
That would be a scary match if Derrick Henry goes to Baltimore. But the Eagles are linked to a couple of these running backs, but it's big money. Like, it's great. No, the Eagles are they put a projected landing spot for Austin Eckler, the Eagles, but that's not what Howie does. I don't expect any of these guys coming to Philadelphia unless it's DeAndre Swift for less money back. But he's getting, according to this, a 4-year, $27 million contract.
So a little bit more than Miles Sanders.
Eagles aren't giving him that. The Eagles didn't want to give Miles Sanders that contract. And rightfully so, because he's not that good.
Wouldn't be surprised if he gets, I guess ever projecting a running back gets more than what they're slated to is probably a wrong guess on my part. But he is the youngest of this, like the youngest and most impactful of this group in terms of like age versus impact. He's not the best one on the market, but in terms of where you're at youth-wise, like I would think that he's going to get a solid offer because they look at him as younger, and okay, that would sign you up to get him.
Let me ask this question. You know what? Because our breaks are changing, so my apologies, Ray. Let me ask you right now, 610-632-0975. Are you in on one of the following? And I'm just going to mention the names that are tagged to the Eagles in this story. Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, a return of DeAndre Swift, Zach Moss. Are you in on any of them? Do me a favor, put it out a poll. Just write there's an article in CBS Sports because I don't want the people going, hey, you guys drum it up. There's an article in CBS Sports that has 4 running backs linked to the Eagles. I would like to see where people want them most or who they want most. But you have to take into account, like Derrick Henry's is a 1-year deal. Eckler's a 3-year deal. I'm not giving Austin Eckler, who looked old last year, a 3-year deal. He's probably the guy I'm least interested in, even though I wanted him 1 year ago. But seeing what I saw last year freaks me out. We'll talk about that more. 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. Of those 4, I'll get Ray's answer coming up. And, of course, we'll get more to this Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni press conference today that we got to talk about because we got to find out what we want to hear and what we expect to hear. And I don't necessarily know if they go hand in hand. I'm Andrew Salchunas, it's the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Salchunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
1241 on the Midday Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni will both speak today at 1:30. So we will be carrying that live here on 97.5 The Fanatic, even if it carries into the best show ever, which will be at 2 o'clock. We just saw Tyrone and Ricky and Jen during the commercial break. It was nice hanging out with them. So you just put up the poll, so I'll wait some time before we get some answers. So there's an article in CBS Sports that lists all the free agent running backs because all of a sudden it's a bunch of big-name guys, right? Were you? I think you were producing the day that Jamie and I had that back and forth about the sanctity of running backs.
Yes.
And I agreed with him. I wish running backs got paid more money, but I also understood why running backs don't get paid much money. That's never going to come back. At least I don't think. You're going to have your running backs that are getting paid a decent amount of money, but Derrick Henry, if Derrick Henry was playing 20 years ago, his contracts would be a lot different than what they are now. Now, contracts now are a lot more balloon than they were 20 years ago, period. But these guys like Derrick Henry, he's only expected to get a 1-year deal at this point. And he's not like ancient. And by the way, he was still effective last year. He was effective last year when they had the carousel of Ryan Tannehill, Will Levis, and Malik Willis. You knew what the Titans were going to do. It was, all right, we're going to hand the ball off to Derrick Henry. And the guy still rushed for 1,100 yards. He rushed for 1,100 yards on just 280 carries. The guy's still a beast. He had another 12 touchdowns last season just on the ground. But that's just the way the league is going, and that's not going to change anytime soon. I don't think it's ever going to go back to it. So my question, along with the poll that we put out there, is it even worth going after any of these guys? Or is it just worth hoping that you find somebody in the draft or continuing doing what the Eagles have been doing, and that's trading for guys on expiring contracts like you did with DeAndre Swift last year, like you did with Jordan Howard a couple of years before that? Is that the best way to go about it at this point for the Eagles? Or for any team, really?
Yes.
Because you've seen, all right, so look at these top running backs. Josh Jacobs, how's it been for the Raiders? Not good. How's it been with the Titans? Not good. How's it been with the Giants? Not good. With Saquon Barkley. I know Tony Pollard's fourth on here, but I'm trying to go back to the whole also drafting thing. Ezekiel Elliott was top 5 pick. They didn't win anything. These guys getting drafted early. Eckler was Eckler a first-round pick? I don't necessarily remember. But, all these guys get drafted so early and are now expecting all this money. But, I don't know. What do you kind of expect after this?
I remember you guys having this back and forth because I remember sitting there with Jamie yeah, you are right. They do deserve compensation for what they're doing. And when you talk about the contracts they would have get, it would have been percentage of the cap probably is the way you would want to phrase that versus how much of their salary would it count would be the percentage that they would be paid now versus what they were paid then. Their contracts now would be bigger given the percentage of the cap that you used to give to a running back. Now I look at this and it's, they do deserve to make money based on their performance, but because of the way you build a team, because of the way you're limited, maybe
it's now changing. By the way, Eckler was undrafted. I should know that.
Maybe
yes.
When you look at this group and you look at the the number of guys that are going to get paid, plus the fact that the salary cap went up an extra amount, maybe one of these guys does get a decent chunk of change compared to what you would expect. It's hard to imagine that, given again the way you build teams successfully in the NFL. Someone could point to the fact of, hey, look at the 49ers. Well, the 49ers haven't had paid their quarterback.
Right, exactly.
If you think there's a team with a rookie quarterback that you can get away with the next couple of years paying the running back.
Well, and that's the big thing. So, like Baltimore. So, Derrick Henry tagged to Baltimore in this article, which you and I both agree. That's scary. If he goes to Baltimore, that's a scary offense right there. But if you're Baltimore, you go, all right, we could get Derrick Henry and maybe one other player, or we could get 3 players to help better our team that was in the AFC Championship game. Right? We have Lamar Jackson. Look at what we've been able to do with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards over the years.
Gus Bus.
We could find another Gus Edwards at some point in the draft because Lamar makes our running backs better. I think that was also part of the hope with the Eagles, is that Jalen Hurts makes the running backs better and the offensive line that you have in front of you, obviously.
And I mean, to Swift's credit, had a career year at the right time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and he's going to get paid more than what he would have gotten.
Guys continuing to have career years here.
Right. So you can continue to just keep on going with these younger running backs. Now, you have to hit on these guys. Like, you tried that years ago with Donnell Pumphrey, and he's not even in the league anymore. Kenneth Gainwell is what he is. He's a guy that's probably important to have on your team, but not as your lead running back or not as many touches as he gets. I mean, they went in the last season with him as the number one back, if you remember. I don't know why you would go after any of these free agents at this point, unless Swift is willing to take less money. But why should he? For his sake, I don't want him to take less money. I want him to get paid, hometown guy. All right, we'll get to the poll in a second. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Vinny in Atlantic City. What's up, Vinny?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Vin?
All these reports coming about the Eagles, man, talking about finger pointing, and it just seems like they're reaching for every little story they could get their hands on. And now this Marcus Hayes that just came out really tipped me over the edge. Like, when you really boil it down, I think the main thing was the philosophical difference between the players and the coaches. The players want to win in a conducive way that's going to, with play that's going to keep on winning. They're smart. They know that was the problem. That the coaches, the disconnect between the coaching style and the players.
All right, well, now hold on one second, because I see like the comment section on the phone. It says that you believe the reports are overblown. But now here's my question: you're talking about the coaching. Well, the coach is back. Like the head coach is back.
Coordinators.
Oh, okay.
Listen, but you got 60 grown men in one place. There's gonna be, with a slide like that, there's gonna be problems. There's gonna be finger pointing. There's gonna be people having disagreements and all that stuff. It makes no sense that would be the reason why. Like, it's all had to do with the coaching and the offensive coordinator, defense coordinator. Total disconnect. It was just a total disconnect from day one of the season when we went 10-1. But even Jalen Hurts saying we didn't put our game together. We didn't do this. We didn't do that.
Standard's the standard.
A complete game to put together. There was a standard. Blah blah blah. Standard. But in a way, that's true. They knew that their style of football that they were playing this year, no shot. It was all boiled down to the coaches. And
so
now
you think with the new do you think with the new coordinators you start winning, everything's gonna be good again?
I don't know, but all I know is that, like, now with this report about Marcus Hayes talking about treating players different, you're going to treat Jason Kelsey different than you treat Jalen Carter.
Right.
I mean, come on now.
But it's not just it's not just this article. Like it's now another layer to it. I mean, there's been a million things. We've talked about relationship between Hurts and Sirianni being fractured. You're talking about coordinators. Sirianni and Hurts reportedly don't have a great relationship right now.
Boil it down to the coach. And all I know, Terry Bradshaw and Chuck Noll, they hated each other. They won 4 Super Bowls together. It comes down to putting the players in the best position to play the game. And that comes down to the coordinators. No one was arguing about Sirianni when he went to the Super Bowl. No one was blah, blah, blah. Jalen Hurts is the greatest leader.
You're right.
Jalen Hurts is the greatest leader that the NFL has ever seen. He's always a steady hand. He's calm.
Right, and then once they start losing, all of a sudden
it's all over.
Right, everything changes. Thanks for the call, Vinny. I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with you, but like I can't just rip Marcus Hayes because this article comes out. Like, it's not just Marcus Hayes. It's been Jeff McClain. It's been Tim McManus. It's been Marcus Hayes. It's been Zach Berman. It's been everybody that covers the Eagles has had their own story about how there's been a lot of crap that happened with the Eagles. And I just feel like a lot of us just want to ignore it. And now that there's new coordinators, everything's going to be fine. It's still the same head coach.
The head coach put those guys in charge. The head coach clearly had a hand in the offense to the point where they were confused on who exactly was calling the shots throughout games.
And allegedly was the one that demoted Sean Desai, put Matt Patricia there. Like, if I'm a player, I'm going, yo, dude.
He is right the center of the dysfunction. 2 new coordinators just doesn't change all the dysfunction you saw under him. If anything, it magnifies it.
Right.
If anything, going into this season, like, wow, we got another set of new coaches. Whether you think it was a mistake or not to hire those last coaches, you have to learn something entirely new. Why? Well, because the last time around, the head coach didn't do his job. And now the question of, well, what do you do here? We go back to that Super Bowl season. Well, it took two coordinators that Sirianni had a pretty, hands-off. Yeah, he helped with the offense, and he helped work with Shane Steichen, but pretty hands-off. Right? When he puts his hands on things, it doesn't seem like things have gone well. You have to, every minute that you are a coach in this league, you are judged by the players of, okay, does this guy have a handle on what's happening? And we can see right now that there were a number of them that didn't feel like there was a handle on what was happening.
And there's multiple. It's not just like Marcus Hayes didn't just write the story. It's he spoke with players from the team. Name your sources. No, but he spoke with players from the team. Players are saying this stuff. So it's wrong for us to just ignore it because of who wrote the story. It's being said by players of the team.
Or just because you're uncomfortable with the content.
Right, and the content's not always going to be sunshines and rainbows, which is why you went from 10-1 to 11-6. You didn't fall apart because linebackers sucked. That was a part of it, but so was all the other issues.
And this is just a role. Again, this is a role. We have not said this is why they collapsed. This is part of why they collapsed. A part of why. That's why.
All right, we'll give you this poll coming up next. Again, quicker breaks as we get you set for the press conferences that take place at 1:30. Coming up next, we'll update you on this poll that we put up there. And I'll ask Ray, and I'll ask you as well, and I'll give you my thoughts on what you want to hear during the press conference today. Because the first time they're speaking since the end of the season press conferences, right? This is when we found out that Sirianni was remaining as the head coach. It's the first time that we're hearing from him. So what you want to hear, but also what you expect to hear, because those are two different answers. We'll talk about that next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. is 101, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Saltunis on the Midday Show. Coming up at 1:30, so we are under 30 minutes away, allegedly. Allegedly under 30 minutes away.
Not holding my breath.
They're never on time. But again, it's because they're at the combine, so I feel like they have to be on time because it's not just Eagles media, right? Like, this is the NFL media that they'll be speaking to as well. So
Sirianni's to be too busy playing rock, paper, scissors. Some prospect.
Exactly. Maybe. So that's coming your way at 1:30. Howie Roseman first, and then Nick Sirianni after that. Before we get back to the Eagles stuff that we have in the running back conversation, the press conference itself, I saw a tweet yesterday. I forget who put it out there, but it was sent to me. About David Buchanan, who made his debut in spring yesterday.
That's right, he did. Struck out Trevor Story. Nothing else happened.
Now, before the outing itself, somebody who covers the Phillies put out this tweet so excited for David Buchanan to be back. Do we always have to be excited for everything?
Yes. 100%. I don't know if you saw our Instagram yesterday. The Philly that I'm most excited to watch in spring training is David Buchanan. I'm interested in the story, man. Do I think he's going to break camp with the team? Do I think he's going to play a role in the World Series? No. But I'm intrigued. Give me a little intrigue, a little bounce back story. The guy's back with the Phillies after not being here since 2015. Yes, we do have to be excited about stuff like this.
Here's the tweet from Alex Carr, MLB. Something I'm watching for in today's Phillies bout, this was yesterday, David Buchanan's arsenal is largely the same as it was circa 2016 with one significant change. He steeply increased his breaking pitch usage in the KBO, conversely decreasing his fastball usage. Pumped to see him back. It's nice for Alex to say that. Maybe David Buchanan gave a good interview once with Alex. I don't know.
No, I'm excited to see David Buchanan back.
You are?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy for you. I'm happy to see Zach Wheeler.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Aaron Nola.
But this
Ranger Suarez.
The camp thing it's camp stories. I'm excited for the story of him being back and the story of all this. I'm not do I think he's going to, am I signing up to
Do we
watch
have
on
to
Gamecast?
be excited for everything just because it's Phillies, Eagles, Sixers, Flyers?
Yes.
Can there be a time where we're not excited about a player?
No.
David Buchanan, pumped to see him back.
Correct.
Are you really pumped to see David Buchanan back? Why are you lying to yourself?
No, I don't think I am lying to myself. I think I'm excited to watch a guy pitch for the team.
Is this your account?
No,
you have
it's
a
not
second
me.
account?
That's not me saying it. I mean, pumped, and breaking down the arsenal. Yeah, I guess good for you. KBO action. Enjoy watching it. Their international rights are up, so someone might, be able to get that on TV around here. Who knows? But really, when it comes down to it, it's a guy who was out of the league, was off the team in 2015, has found his way back to spring training. It's a cool little full circle moment. Ultimately, I'm going to watch 30 starts of Aaron Nola, 30 starts of Zach Wheeler.
So you're pumped for a human element.
Yeah, that's why I'm pumped for the human element. I'm pumped for the human story.
Alex's tweet was talking about the arsenal and everything.
No.
He could be throwing left-handed now. I don't care.
I'm excited to see him try and get himself back into this league. I don't think it's going to be with the Phillies, but I think it's cool to see the full circle of him, leaving.
I must have no heart or no soul. I'm not wasting my time.
Oh, I had it on Gamecast yesterday while we were doing the show. I was ready to go. He struck out Trevor Story. Again, don't ask anything else that happened in that start.
I'm not excited for Buke, as he said in his second tweet. He's not.
Okay,
he doesn't get nicknames.
No, I was gonna say we need a pump
come
brace
on,
we
can't be excited for everyone. I get excited for an 18-year-old prospect. That's fine, who you might never see play. But David Buchanan, like you said, he pitching the damn KBO. I bet on David Buchanan when he was playing in the KBO.
As you should.
Because the COVID was happening, and
trust me, I was awake. I was awake. I was watching.
To scratch my itch. So yeah, I definitely bet on a run line with David Buchanan on the mound.
Aaron Altera was there that year as well. I believe it was the NC Dinos. He was
on the same team. Was that Ruff's team? Because Ruff was out there.
Who was Ruff on? I don't know. But regardless,
I remember there was an Eagles team, and everybody was like
Phillies.
that. Huh? No, there was
the
there was
Eagles
a
out there.
KBO Eagles
Gonna
team,
say.
and that's what we all were like. All right, that's the team we're supporting, and they were the worst team in the league.
Yeah, no, I was a Dinos guy that year, I believe.
good.
But I mean, I think it's just a human element for it. For me, at least, when I see that happen, I'm excited for that.
Like I was excited for, yeah, but here's the thing. Like, so what's Dave Buchanan? Like Mick Abel, or not Mick Abel? So excuse me. How was his name? He came up with the Phillies last year. He was the former first-round pick. I watched him pitch this year.
Oh, Mark
Appel.
Mark Appel, yeah.
Like that's okay. That's a little different. Like that former first-round pick actually still had stuff. Was pumping mid-90s, upper 90s. It could have been a relief guy. Like Dave Buchanan's not going to be in your rotation.
No. But wait. You can't be. If you're excited for that one, you're telling me that the guy that's made it back
That guy
in the
actually
KBO
pitched in innings in a year they went to the NLCS.
Okay, David Buchanan's here not because they wanted to write a great story, because the guy had a sub-3 ERA in 4 seasons in the KBO. Like, they wanted to see if he could contribute to the team. They don't just hand out non-roster invites for no reason.
You let me know how he does this.
I'm just saying, how could you be excited for one and not for the other?
Well, that story's better than this one.
Well, yeah, but the Buchanan story's not over yet. I don't think he's making the team. I don't think he's the difference maker for the organization. You right here are telling me that.
Can we do the Buchanan report, the Buke report?
I'll absolutely do it for you.
Every time he starts, you let me know
That's
how
just
he
wild.
does.
You get excited for one, but not for the other.
I just like we don't have to get excited about everything. That's
Yeah,
all
but
I'm
you
saying.
just gave me a human interest story that you were like, "That's good. That's cool."
That one was better. My story's better than yours. It's all good, right? Just
Oh
admit
my!
it.
What do you? Okay, fine, sure,
All
whatever.
right, you give me the Buke report as
By the way,
as spring continues.
if you want reports on former starting pitchers in the Phillies organization, they're saying Cole Irvin's velocity's up. Which I thought was the funniest thing ever. I saw that tweet and I was like, "Yeah, it's his first time."
That guy
out
was
there.
horrible, and then actually was decent with the A's for like the first half of the season.
Yeah, no, it's going to be bad again for him. But
Yeah,
I do
he
appreciate
stinks.
the Orioles being a team that's going to compete and have Cole Irvin seriously competing for time in
That's
that
good.
rotation.
That's good. All right, so the press conference comes our way at 1:30, so we're about 20 minutes away, allegedly. So, Ray Dunn, I'll ask you first. When you're listening to the press conference today, what is something that you want to hear? Let's start from Howie Roseman.
From Howie Roseman.
Or what do you want to hear asked? Because it's one thing that you want to hear him say, because you know he's not going to say some stuff unless he's asked about it.
Well, I'd love for him to be asked about where he thinks Sirianni stands with the team. And obviously it's not going to be that point-blank direct, but it'll be something along the lines of, okay, you guys were able to evaluate. Obviously Sirianni's back as the head coach. What do you make of the moves with actually probably the coaching staff? Before I even get to the team, I'd like to hear him address how the process went for them getting their staff together.
Vic and Kellen Moore. Like,
Right.
well, and
they gutted a lot of
that
assistants.
process didn't take long.
Yeah,
They found their guy. Like, Vic Fangio was available. Boom, he was hired. That's why the press conference last time was delayed.
Yeah, but they gutted a lot of assistants.
They did.
Like, so, okay, Howie, you thought it's a good idea to bring back Nick Sirianni. Okay, he's back as your head coach. You then went about addressing you guys went together addressing this coaching staff, taking a lot out of a lot of assistants. What went into that process, and what were some of the highlights? What do you feel comfortable with this coaching staff going into next season, and why'd you feel that necessary to make that deep of a cut?
Yeah, big cut when you're still hoping, I guess, for a successful season.
You brought back the head coach, pretty much got rid of all of his guys. Why?
Yeah, why is
And
he allowed
what makes
to
you
stay
comfortable
here?
going into next season?
Yeah, I'd be curious. Obviously, I'm going to wait and see what he has to say about Hassan Reddick. He's probably not going to be able to give much of an answer there because he'll tell you what's reported, I'm sure. Like, hey, we're giving an opportunity to look, and we would love to have him back here, blah, blah, blah. I'd be curious, a follow-up, because they're at the Combine, right? So this is not so much about rumors and news. It's about, what they're going to be paying attention to at the Combine, even though the pro days are more important than the Combine to an extent and the individual stuff. But he was asked about the defensive philosophy during the end of the season press conference, and he gave the political answer of we have Nakobe Dean here and blah, blah, blah. I would like to hear if that's changed a little bit. Because remember, Vic Fangio was not officially the defensive coordinator yet. He is now the DC. And I wonder if he's asked how much power does Vic have in the war room, the draft room? Because how many times have we heard safeties are important in a Vic Fangio scheme? Linebackers are important in a Vic Fangio scheme. You don't have that right now. Right now, you've re-Blankenship, maybe Byard. You're going to have to rework his contract because you're not going to give him the money that he's getting. And then linebackers, you have Nakobe Dean. And that's it.
I expect more of an answer on linebacker than I do safety.
From today or
From today.
Okay.
Because I think safety, like you mentioned, Byard, I don't see him back with this team. I think the amount of cap space they can open up by, parting ways with him probably leaves him a candidate to be, out looking for another job elsewhere than coming back here as a safety. But that's not yet been done. So I imagine he's not going to address safety as directly because that's still a move to be made. And that's still someone that's technically an Eagle.
Right.
But they don't have a lot at the linebacker position. So I would expect to get more of an answer, I would think, for linebacker. I do think he's going to lean, of course, on the, we believe in Nakobe Dean, and he's fantastic. And, we got to look at, building out that room with him as one of the key cogs of it. I don't, but I think that's the way they believe in it. So I'd love to hear more. Is it
that's the way they believe it, or is that how they're going to paint it until something else changes? Because they can do that.
They can paint it.
Talk is cheap, right? Ultimately, talk is cheap. Now, Sirianni, I need him to be asked about the Hurts thing. And this favoritism and the relationships. I need to know what his relationship is like with Jalen Hurts. And I need to know what his standing is in the locker room. You played that clip. Play it one more time. This was from the exit press conference that after the season ended. Remember, we had to wait 8 days because we didn't know if Sirianni was still going to be the head coach. He was asked about his new role because he said that he was going to take a step back from the offensive play calling duties, right? Kellen Moore taking over full control of the offense. Here's what Nick Sirianni had to say about his new role as head coach.
What is your role going to be?
The head coach of the football team.
What does that entail? How does it change?
My job is to be the head coach of the team, not the head coach of the offense, not the head coach of the defense, not the head coach of the special teams, but be the head coach of the football team. And so that's diving into that, building the culture, having a relationship with the guys on the football team, because I know when I have that connection with the guys on the football team, that's when things are, that's when the culture is working at high level. And then that's where our connection with the players and then their connection with each other works well too.
So my question is, does he have to fix those things? Did he lose those things? In that answer, he doesn't say if he still has it or not. So did he lose those things, and does he believe that he's going to be able to fix it? And with some important players, as Jeff McClain has pointed out a couple of times here, that he and Hurts have to nurture the relationship. So that's something I need to hear, or would like to hear. I don't know if I'm going to get it, but we'll see.
Like to be asked.
Yes, like to be asked.
The relationship with Hurts and Sirianni, I think, is something that needs to be asked today.
Yeah, that's pretty pressing. Now, what about you, Ray?
Well, I guess I would love to hear him address a little bit of, that and what we, all we've tried to unpack here today. And any of
these reports, yeah.
And I would love to hear, again, similarly, okay? You guys went back and assessed your coaching staff. A lot of changes were made to that staff. Why was that the case? And what makes you feel more comfortable that this is a group that can deliver what this past season's coaching staff could not? Because, players will come and go. We're going to get changes in players, but right now you're pretty set with what your coaching staff is going to be. I would love to get answers on, again, what went into the process of deciding that, okay, you're still here, but basically everyone that worked with you last year, and not everyone, but a good majority of the people that worked with you were shown the door. Quarterbacks coach, offensive coordinator, go on the other side, linebackers coach was gone. Want to say that they went through defensive backs coach, defensive line. They started to gut a lot of the staff. And I want to know, again, why was that decided to be necessary? And, a lot of that goes in, obviously, the collapse. You saw the problems with coaching.
Oh, you sure did.
But, why, again, you can't ask him why he still has a job, but why are we confident in the guys we have in the building during the season? And, you say you were. So if you told me you were.
Yeah, because he said it over and over again that he was very confident in their one, and then we saw what changed. All right, so that's coming your way at 1:30. Now, there's a report out there, Ray.
Oh, no.
From Tony Pauline. He used to do stuff locally. Now he's a consulting editor and NFL draft analyst for SportsKita.com. So, did you see the L'Jarius Sneed Instagram post from a couple days ago?
Yes, he used an Eagles emoji.
He used the Eagles emoji, and his arms were spread out like an eagle. It seems like that's how he comes out of the tunnel every time, because I see another photo of him coming out of the tunnel with his arms spread out like that. But the report from Tony Pauline is that multiple Eagles players have been texting L'Jarius Sneed, recruiting him to come to Philadelphia. And those players are his former college teammates. There's a tight end that nobody knows of. Milton Williams and Boston Scott, all from Louisiana Tech. Milton Williams just quote tweeted said report with the eyeball emoji. Dude. Hey, keep working, Milt.
Great stuff.
Great stuff.
Boston Scott, congratulations. You're back again.
Yeah, he's back. If they sign L'Jarius Sneed, Boston Scott deserves a 2-year deal. League minimum.
Yeah, I would still, if you get a 1-year deal, Boston Scott, okay? Wink, wink. Just don't mess this up. Maybe not running into your teammate this year.
Yeah,
and,
you don't want to do that. Yeah,
we need you to dial up against the Giants again. What were you?
Yeah, come on, man. The Boston Scott Giants games were not there this year, but a lot of people lost a lot of money this year.
Are we sure that L'Jarius Sneed is not just a big Steve Miller Band fan?
Could be.
Not just a big fan of Fly Like an Eagle.
Could be.
I
Or he could just be a fan of the Eagles, the band.
Could that too?
Didn't have to be Steve Miller Band. It could just be.
Well, I just meant the song
could just be
specifically.
the Eagles.
Yeah, could be a fan of that as well. I think Hey, listen, Milton Williams, do your work. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of free agents, we put out a poll because there was a story in CBS Sports of the top 10 free agent running backs because we've now reached that point of the offseason. We got to start looking ahead to the offseason, all that free agency, the new league, all that kind of stuff. And the reason why I brought up to the first, but I didn't even know about this article. I just brought up all the running backs because there's a bunch of big-name running backs now available because nobody wants to pay anymore. Nobody wants to do franchise tags. Josh Jacobs is a free agent. Derrick Henry's a free agent. Saquon Barkley's a free agent. Tony Pollard, I know his year wasn't great last year, but a well-known running back, free agent. Austin Eckler, I know his year wasn't as good. Well-known running back. He's a free agent. We know DeAndre Swift, Zach Moss, A.J. Dillon from the Packers, J.K. Dobbins, and Gus Edwards. Those are your top 10 free agent running backs, and 4 of them are linked to the Eagles in terms of potential landing spots. And we have a poll about them. It's Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Zach Moss, and DeAndre Swift. So what's the poll, Ray, on the midday count?
All right. The poll says an article on CBS Sports links 4 running backs to the Eagles who should be most interested in right now, leading the way at 54% of the early vote.
It's got to be Derrick Henry, right?
It's DeAndre Swift.
Really?
Tied for second. Derrick Henry and Austin Eckler at 20% and just 6% of the vote going to Zach Moss.
Zach Moss actually kind of makes sense with this team.
Zach Moss makes the most sense. I also misspelled Zach on that one. So please ignore. I'm going to say that was autocorrect when it clearly wasn't autocorrect.
Zach Moss literally makes the most sense, and he's got the least amount of votes. I'm not shocked that Swift has a high amount of votes. I thought people would vote Derrick Henry just because of the name alone. But DeAndre Swift is getting how much? 53% of the vote?
54% of the vote.
Oh, my God. He's getting over half. I don't think he's going to be back, guys. I'm sorry. He's going to pay. He's still young enough where he's going to get a decent contract, and it's not what the Eagles do. He's not going to be back here. At least I don't believe. Wow, that's surprising. I shouldn't be surprised, but it's still surprising. All right, we have another segment left. But again, it's going to be a little different. So technically, the break that I'm about to hit is the final break. But we will be back in time for the projected start time.
Imagine if they're
of the
early.
press conference. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Howie Roseman speaks next at 1:30. Nick Sirianni will speak after him. So they're speaking separately. They're not at the podium together. At least that's what all the reporters were saying that put it out on social media yesterday. So here's what we're going to do. Howie Roseman will speak. When he's done, we'll, filibust until Sirianni speaks. If the press conference goes into the 2 o'clock hour, when the press conference is done, you will not hear my voice anymore. You will hear Tyrone and Ricky and Jen because the best show ever will have started at that point. But we don't want to miss a second of it. We don't want to have to hit the commercial break at 1:50, whatever, just because we got to pay the bills and all that kind of stuff. So this is technically my last break that I'm about to hit, but I will be back, and I will get you set for the press conferences, and then we'll see what happens after the press conference when they're done. All right, so that's coming your way next. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni. Big press conferences next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 1:30 on the Midday Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. 1 o'clock hour brought to us by Ferguson HVAC, Lyon Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for your heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Ben Salem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester today. So any minute now, Howie Roseman will be stepping up to the podium. So it is confirmed. Howie Roseman will be going first. Nick Sirianni will follow. It's again, everything's timed specifically. So it says Howie 1:30, Nick at 1:45. So, right, if Howie Roseman's late to this, then he's just putting a middle finger to the league. He's just putting a middle finger to football if he's late to this.
I mean, technically speaking,
he's
about
already
to be
late.
1:31, so you are late.
It's just unbelievable how they're always late with these press.
What if a prospect showed up late to a meeting? How would they feel about that? We got to keep the same standard.
Yeah, exactly. And as Jalen Hurts would tell us, the standard is the standard. So Howie Roseman will speak momentarily. So we'll hopefully get some sort of answers on what the hell is going on with the Eagles. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? So I know a lot of people get bothered by the reports, bothered by reporters. Oh, they're just digging for stuff and all that kind of nonsense, right? Look, the guys that are covering this team on a daily basis are getting actual information. They're not making stuff up. People will always talk about credibility. What credibility? What you don't know the credibility, right? Like, you don't know if they're making stuff up. And trust me, they're not. So we're going to find out from Howie and then later from Nick. I'm hoping more on this stuff. Like, I know they're there for the combine. I don't think they're going to be talking about specific players to keep an eye on because they don't do that. They also don't want to tip their hand come draft time. So this press conference could be a lot about all the nonsense that's been coming out of NovaCare since the season ended or even when the season was going on. Because when the season was going on, that's when we first started getting all this news about players, speaking out anonymously about the offense, which is funny to me. Nobody cared about that. Everybody celebrated when there was an anonymous player that complained about the offense because you agreed with it. But now that you start to disagree with things, now that you start hearing things that you don't like, you start getting upset and you think that it's all false and it's all fabricated, it's all made up. Like, no, that's not true. So I'm hoping that Howie Roseman and Sirianni are asked about some of these things. I know they're not going to necessarily give a point-blank answer, but we could try to, grasp at things that are said. Like, hopefully when Nick Sirianni is asked about his relationship with the locker room, not just Jalen Hurts, because in that clip that we've been playing since the press conference, his last press conference after the season ended, he was talking about how his job as the head coach is to make sure that the culture's good because when the culture's good, that's when they've seen success. Well, that basically tells you that the culture was not good last year, and that's why they had that sort of a collapse. And that fell under his watch, fell right under his nose as the head coach of the football team. He needs to work on that. He needs to improve on that. And hopefully we get those questions at least asked today, and maybe they can give some sort of answer. So we're waiting Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni. Once more, I'll tell you what we're doing today. If the press conferences go into the 2 o'clock hour, the best show ever will take over. If they are done before 2 o'clock, I'll filibuster for a couple minutes until we fire the open and the best show ever comes on at 2 o'clock. But that's what we're doing from now until the end of the show is waiting for Howie Roseman. What else is new? Waiting for these press conferences. They're too good for the league. Everybody else is on time, it seems, except for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sure, let's run with that. I have not been paying close attention to Todd Bowles' start time. That's just the name that came to that line because he was on ESPN earlier.
Oh,
which is the other thing. Media tour might kick off. I don't know if they will let him go on any of these shows, but this might not be the only time we hear from them.
Okay. Now, by the way, quick spring training update.
Ooh.
So it's 0-0 in the bottom of the second. The Phillies taking on the Twins. I saw a tweet from Matt Winkleman, who writes some stuff about the Phillies, and Sanchez, who's on the bump today. Matt found out that Sanchez is sitting between 93 and 95 with about 3 to 4 inches less drop. There's also a weird outlier pitch that's being labeled a sinker, but it is not a sinker, a changeup, and definitely not a slider. Is this a cutter of some sort, to which Matt Gelb says it is indeed a cutter. Ooh. So Christopher Sanchez working on some cut fastballs. That's the new pitch. That's like the sexy pitch. Everybody has to have a cutter. What was the pitch last year?
Well, the sweeper is sweeping the nation.
Sweeper. It was not. It used to be a slurve, but now it's a sweeper. But Christopher Sanchez apparently getting some nice work out there. He's gonna be part of your rotation this season, unless they make a move for a Jordan Montgomery. Christopher Sanchez is gonna be your 5th starter, and we'll see how it goes after that. So there's your quick little update from spring training. Again, next week I will be doing shows from Clearwater Monday and Tuesday, both from Baycare Ballpark. Monday they're on the road, but I'll be speaking to some players before they hit the buses over to Dunedin, which is the next town over. And then Tuesday they're actually playing at Baycare. So once more, if you're going to be at spring training next week, if you're going to be at the Phillies game next Tuesday afternoon, I'll be doing the show from the outfield, right next to Frenchie's. So stop on by and say hi. It's going to be, 4 hours of baseball talk both Monday and Tuesday. So 8 hours of Phillies talk to start the week next week, which I'm excited for because sometimes you need a break from yourself when it comes to talking about the doom and gloom of the Eagles. And I just got back from vacation. And I'm talking about the doom, and I'm already tired of the doom and gloom. But that's what we get. Every single day there's another new report about the issues that took place for the Eagles as the season continued when they went from 10-1 to 11-6. And some that we really haven't talked about all that much today because we've been so focused on this article, and it's just kind of continuing to a conversation about the Eagles and the issues that they had. Peter King, in his second to last Monday morning quarterback piece, said that he doesn't have a good feeling about the Eagles next season. And he said, but if the Eagles return to goodness, it's got to be on the wings of Jalen Hurts. Lead, man. And that's a respected reporter talking about Jalen Hurts and leadership. I don't know how he is in the locker room as a leader, but you're getting enough reports now that, how many times have we heard the players are not necessarily thrilled with how Hurts has handled himself as a leader? And I get it. It's not who he is to be this loud, rambunctious guy, but sometimes you got to turn to your players. And there's another report. And I know we had our caller Jay from West Philly earlier today that was upset with the wording of the report, but I don't know. He kept on doing the whole, do grown-ups really need to be led? I don't know. I think so. In sports, we hear about leaders all the time. We hear about leadership in sports all the time. And now because it's our baby Jalen Hurts being criticized for a lack of leadership, we got to put our backs up against the wall. I don't understand why we're doing that. He needs to work on it. That's something that's been talked about by many people, that he needs to work on it. So hopefully that's the case sometime soon because that would be fantastic. All right, so the number is 610-632-0975. I see on one avenue that Howie's speaking. Anything on the
I believe it's about to come up.
All right, so we want to thank NBC Sports Philadelphia. They are carrying the feed from Indianapolis, so we will be carrying it via NBC Sports Philadelphia. Of course, that's also the home of the best show ever.
That's perfect. I look forward to it. My man. I did that once before. I know you still can.
He has walked away from the podium to dap someone up. He's coming back shortly.
All right, guys. Here we go. Did you have one, or did I put you on the spot?
No, I'm good.
Anyone else who directs in a tux gets the next question.
So what is your plan to put this team in winning situations this year?
Well, you know what? I'm proud of the people that we have on this team, on and off the field. Obviously, the end of the season didn't go the way we wanted to, but at the same time, making the playoffs 6 of the last 7 years, being in 2 of the last 6 Super Bowls, I feel like we've developed some sort of winning culture. Now we got to add to that, and I think we got a lot of work to do. I'm a little bit excited about kind of aggressively going after some future players that we did to start this off and bringing back at least one of our guys. So it's a good start, but we got a lot of work to do, and I'm excited to do it with the people that we get the opportunity to do it.
Howie, can you give us an update on Hassan Reddick? Where are things with Hassan? There was a report he was allowed to seek a trade. Do you expect him to be back next year?
Well, I'd say this. Hassan, obviously, unbelievable player for the Philadelphia Eagles. Local kid, great success story. Camden, Temple, Philly. Love having Hassan. I think that, anything that you're trying to do, you're trying to blend, obviously, what you're trying to do this year and how you're going to look in the future. And I think that's the hardest job. But certainly, don't want to get into any specifics with any conversations with players, but have tremendous respect for the player and the person.
With him, what's the best case scenario?
I think honest communication is the best case scenario with all your players, and understanding where you stand and not being afraid to have open doors of communication and hearing where they feel and where we feel.
From Atlanta.
He had the initial conversation.
From Atlanta. You remember the first time you ever met Kirby, your initial reaction when visiting with him, and what makes he and his coaching staff so successful in preparing their guys for the league?
Yeah, well, I think when you talk about Kirby and you talk about the experiences he had that led him to Georgia, I mean, phenomenal experiences, history of winning, and then he's got a culture down there, working and mentality. And obviously that travels on both sides of the ball. And you watch our defensive guys, and they're prepared to work. You know, they're not looking for any half-ass ways of doing things. They're looking to work hard and to win and compete, and that's because of the culture he set.
How much does this affect your plans when it comes to the draft and the offseason? You feel like you have to start looking more ahead right now because of the uncertainty there?
Yeah, I'd say it's obviously, you know, it's always a position that we're evaluating, we're looking at. So I don't think that anything's changed in terms of that. You know, it's our job to make sure we're prepared for any eventuality at any position. And you do that by preparing for the draft process, which this is a great part of that, is getting more information and information gathering, knowing what's out there in free agency, and knowing where your players are.
How can you take advantage of the salary cap increase? How do you take advantage of that?
Well, just the way you take advantage of anything, you just bring in a lot of good people. You know, I think that's the key, is for us to bring in good people overall, to try to keep those guys in Philadelphia, to sign them to extension and build a culture of guys who it's important for them. The team's important, the city's important for them, and I think we got a good start on that.
How much does it change?
You said you don't want to overreact to an aberration. As you analyze it, do you view the last few weeks as an aberration?
You know, I don't know that I think about it other than how do we improve? You know, how do we get better as quickly as we can? How do we put our resources in the right position? How do we make good decisions after good decisions? Certainly we weren't good enough. You know, I think that luckily we've gotten to a point here where, you know, the standard is trying to compete for world championships. And so if a season ends, whether it's this year, which was disappointing, or last year, which was disappointing, that's really what we're trying to do. So I think it's clear to me that we weren't good enough to do that this year. And so I got to do whatever I possibly can to do better. And I got to look at it with open eyes and think about, you know, what things that I can do to help the team do better next year.
Howie, what's your biggest deterrent when evaluating the quarterbacks? What are some of the things that you don't want to see? Could be off field or even on like their play.
Are you talking about just in general about quarterbacks?
Yeah. When you're doing the evaluation process, what are some of the scary things that you don't want?
Yeah, I think just look at our starting quarterback and the traits that he has. You know, unbelievable work ethic, unbelievable physical talents. Desire to be coached, a desire to learn. You know, off the field, all he wants to do is work and be with family and friends. And so I think it's a lot of the things that you'd look for, you know, in any leader, in any organization, to have these kind of traits. And obviously there are physical parts of that go with accuracy and anticipation and being able to extend plays and being able to make every throw.
Now, you've had the luxury in recent years of not needing your rookies to play a ton right away, but are there ways in which that sort of complicates the self-scouting, self-evaluation process?
I think when we look back and Coach and I talk about it a little bit, it's okay to play some young players. It's okay for them to get experience and kind of see what you have. Based on where some of our guys were, they had the ability to sit back and learn a little bit because of the situations that we were in. I think going forward, it's going to be harder to do that. Obviously, just as you look at our team and who is making a lot of money, and we had a little bit of extra picks over the last couple of years. So I think that for us to play our young players, to develop them, I think that's something that Coach and I have talked about, to not be afraid of. That's why you draft them. That's why you sign them. And so you have that, and you'll have a depth chart where they'll be a little bit uncomfortable about, you know, this guy necessarily hasn't shown it, but we believe in this player. And so I think that'll be an area for us to kind of maybe grow on and I don't want to say improve because we had good players at those positions, but you know, that's exciting, I think, in a lot of ways.
Howie, when it comes to the cap,
I'll come.
When you look at upgrading defense, like what's your top priority? I think your biggest offseason need there.
Yeah, I think. Again, I think going back to the question, I think you want to improve every area, every layer of your team. Certainly, I think when we look back at last offseason, we made a conscious decision to kind of put a little bit more resources onto the offensive side, knew that we'd lose some good players on defense. I think looking back, certainly miss some of those guys. That starts with me and making those decisions. And so I don't think there's an area that, we wouldn't, be open to addressing. Now, if you look at our defense and you're just kind of honest with it, well, we have a lot of young players at defense tackle, right? So is that as big a priority as other areas, just being honest? Probably not, but that's also an important position. So we're also not going to be in a position where we're going to turn down a guy because the resources are already there because we believe in the D-line so much.
When you look at Howie,
I'm gonna come, I promise.
What do you think of the job that Shane Steichen did in his first year in Indianapolis? And if, so far, any areas of growth from...
Are you a Colts writer?
Yes.
Okay, that gives me perspective. It's funny because last year at the Combine, Shane's room was on the same floor as mine, and like 3 times I was trying to see him. I hadn't seen him since the Super Bowl, and he texted me. He's like, I got something for you. So I'm sitting there, I'm going, this guy's going to give me a great present. He's so happy of the players we got him. He's got this head coaching job and head coaching money. And so, I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, is he getting me a watch? Is he getting me freaking sneakers? All the things I like. And he's like, bro, I have this green sport jacket. I'm like, we have nothing similar in terms of body types, you and I, bro. I can't even wear this. So I actually just gave it to Nick. So, which probably different body types too. So I think that, Shane has this savant-like approach to football. He's all ball all the time. Any conversation you want to talk to him about football, about players, he's there. If you want to talk to him about current events, he'll kind of give you that, what? But I think that's what makes him such a great coach is because he's always working on things. He's got tremendous confidence in his knowledge and his ability, and I certainly think the Colts are lucky to have him. I'm gonna come, I promise.
How do you view Nolan Smith heading into
I think that goes back to the point about some younger players and kind of in retrospect, just seeing him certainly in the playoff game, one of the guys who played well in the playoff game, maybe giving him a little bit more time during the year and experience. We talked about that. He's got all the right tools in his body. He's got the right mentality. And at the same time, he's got to go out and show it. I'm coming. Boom, boom.
When you look at the salary cap increase, how does it change the way you can approach this offseason?
Well, I think you still got to be cognizant of how you want to build a team. I think you still got to be aware of guys coming up for contracts that you want to keep, that you don't anticipate losing. And I think it also gives you some flexibility to not force things, to have the ability to walk away from a deal and understand that may come about at another time. So I don't think you want, it's still the same amount of money. It's like, if you win $5, it's still your $5. You don't want to just throw that $5 out and pretend like it's not yours. So this is our salary cap money. We got to make sure that we're still making good decisions with it because at the end of the day, as we go forward, we do have a lot of guys making a lot of money.
A couple more with the running back market, given the available backs and
Yeah, I think that there are talented players on the free agent market. Obviously, we got a couple guys there from our team that are going to be free agents. And I think that at the end of the day, talented players end up getting paid, and it's just, I think, where I'm getting a little distracted by the freaking. Is Dom doing the security? Are you doing John Lynch's security right now, Dom? They left. So I think everyone will kind of have value on players just like any other position, and obviously those guys handle the ball a lot, and they're important players.
Given Vic's experience as a defensive coordinator, does he get more sway when it comes to personnel?
I'm sure he thinks that. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously tremendous respect for Vic. Know him for a long time. And he's had tremendous success. And I think when we talk about how we build a team overall, obviously that's something that's important to us. But by the same token, knowing what the coordinator is important to the coordinator and the system so that it could be successful is important as well.
How big of a priority is
Well, Devontae is an incredible person, an incredible player, obviously homegrown, young guy. Without getting into specifics, those aren't guys that you really want to leave.
What's your understanding of the future for Kelsey and Fletcher?
You know, obviously, those guys, unbelievable players, unbelievable people, and they deserve the right to decide what's best for them. And, we'll wait and give them whatever time and space they need to make the right decisions. And I think the important thing from our perspective is you'd never want to see them wearing different colors. And I think for us, no matter when that is, if they want the opportunity to come back, we'd want to have the opportunity to bring them back.
Bradbury's under contract for $9 million guaranteed. He played some slot last year. Do you guys view him more as a slot as he gets older, or he's still an outside guy?
I think he's an outside guy. I think when you look at the skill set there, I think that that was one of the positions that as we got into the summer, we kind of knew we needed some depth there. We gave some guys opportunities to do it. I got to do a better job of bringing in more guys to be able to play that position. I think that's one area that kind of you felt like in August maybe we needed to add, so we tried some guys. But when you look at JB and his history and his success as an outside corner, to ask him to do something, which is really a different position, is hard.
And he remains part of your plans?
Yeah, he's under contract, part of our plans.
All right. Thank you.
All right, so there's Howie Roseman. Nick Sirianni should be up pretty quickly. I saw a photo that he's literally sitting right behind him with Big Dom, of course. So this press conference will go well for Nick because Big Dom's there. One biggest note from all of that is that they don't want to see Jason Kelce, Fletcher Cox, or Brandon Graham in different jerseys. So if they would come back, they would welcome it. Here's Nick Sirianni.
A chance to watch some film. Have you analyzed the drop-off that happened mid-season?
Yeah, that's what this early parts are for. This early, you get a little bit of time to get away. You hire new coaches, you get a little time to get away, and then you start to analyze your season and watch draft prospects, watch free agencies, and so that's what we're in the process of right now. What happened, what we did well, what we didn't do well, right? And obviously there was a drop off and of how we played down the stretch and how we coached down the stretch. And again, those are still in the early stages of us kind of identifying those things. Don't want to give you a premature answer, but yeah, that's what we're in the process of doing right now. And we're committed obviously to getting it better and to taking a good step forward next year.
Nick, do you think Jalen needs to be more of a vocal leader next season, and how do you think he did last year leading the team?
Everybody, there's not a book that is written on this is how you lead, right? People lead in different ways. And one thing I learned early about in leadership is that you have to be yourself. And because if you lead and you're trying to be somebody you're not when you lead, then that gets seen through. I mean, that's just the same scenario I was put in, when I became the head coach or an offensive coordinator or whatever it was. And everybody has to lead their way. And Jalen has special qualities that people will follow and people will want to follow. And he's got to do what he needs to do to lead in that way. And so some people's leadership style is loud and aggressive. Some people's leadership style is by example, and some is a mixture of both. And so Jalen needs to lead how he needs to lead, right? And AJ needs to lead how he needs to lead. And whoever it is, Slay's got to lead how he needs to lead. And because that's leadership, right? Is being who you are and leading an example. At the end of the day, if you're leading by example, that's a great style of leadership. So Jalen needs to lead how he needs to lead, and I think he's done a great job of doing so. And he'll get, just like he has done in other things, he'll get better at that part of his game, and he'll get better at, just because I know that he'll continue to work on getting better at no matter what part of the game he needs to work at.
Nick, as you look back at the way you did things last year, how much are you looking at changing the way you communicate with players? Is that under consideration? Because there are reports out there, that even individual, some players took it exceptional. So, how are you planning on changing the way you communicate with players?
You go through, anytime you go through a season, whether it's successful in your eyes or whether it's not successful in your eyes, you look on ways, opportunities to get better. And my job is to talk to every single player, and I've done that. Talk to every single coach. What went right? What went wrong? What's your and you take that into account. You take everything into account, and you try to get better at doing those things. I think connection is our number one core value, and we there were things that we as a team, myself, didn't do a good enough job of last year, right? Maybe we leaned a little bit more into one category of our core values: connect, compete, accountability, football IQ, and fundamentals. Maybe at times I felt like I leaned maybe a little bit into one and not enough into the other. And so those are all things that you evaluate at the end of the year. And I look forward to, getting better and like I said to you guys before, like, we're not that far removed from having one of the best cultures, that any of us had ever been around. And that's, our players would say that, our coaches would say that, and it's just some tweaks that we need to do. But make no mistake about it, the things that, like, you can change how you communicate your culture. You can change about little ways that way you do it with it. But at the forefront, we're never going to change what the culture is: connect, compete, accountability, football IQ, and fundamentals. And we have the right coaches in here to do it, and we have the right players in here to do it, because we have good people in this building.
What parts of Kellen Moore's scheme will complement most of yours?
Yeah, good question. So obviously Kellen, I hired Kellen because I felt like he was the best guy for the job, and Kellen's been successful in every place that he's been. I know it's relatively a young career, but he's been successful as a player. He's been successful as a coach, and so, I like the way he thinks about football and the way he takes everything in and is able to make decisions off of that. So it's been fun getting to know him. I've always had respect from him from afar. And it's been fun getting to know him and work through these things together, to build our offense for next season. And so he's been highly successful, and we've been highly successful. And I think that, I'm really looking forward to meshing the things, meshing what he's done really well together with the things that we've done really well. And I think it's going to be a really good match. And Kellen's track record speaks for itself.
How can you make Jalen better as a quarterback?
Yeah, Jalen's obviously had high moments of success. Last year in 2022, a runner-up for, obviously up there for the MVP award, and through the first 11 games, the same thing here. And then we had a fall off as a team. And it's not just Jalen, it's not just me, it's our team that we had a fall off as a team those last 6 weeks, and that we all need to get better from. But Jalen's played some really outstanding football. Here's what I know about Jalen: whatever he deems we see that he needs to work on, or he sees that he needs to work on, he's gonna get better at that, because he puts everything he has into it, and that's a form of leadership too. Like, Jalen sees something that he feels is a weakness of his, or we feel like is a weakness of his, he's gonna dive everything that he has and pour everything that he has into it to get better from that. Like, that's leadership. Like, that's a form of leadership. And so I know that, obviously I'll keep some of the things that we've all talked about, what I need to get better at, what he needs to get better at, to ourselves. But I know that he'll put everything that he has into getting better as a football player, being better as a quarterback, so we can win more games as a team.
Nick, from Atlanta, what's the core DNA of your Bulldog players? And what does Kirby do so well to get his guys ready for the league?
Toughness, right? Toughness. Obviously, the guys that we've drafted and have on our team from Georgia are highly talented, right? We have 2 first-round guys in Jordan, and then Jalen, another first-round guy in Nolan. We got a third-round guy in Nakobe, a 4th-round guy in Keeley. So they're tough, they're physical, they know how to win. And on top of that, they're really good football players. And so we look forward to continuing to develop those guys. And so, you look at it from afar and say, hey, these guys know how to work, these guys know how to practice. I think that's and these guys are tough. I think that's anytime you can say that about another coach, like I hopefully understand that's a high praise that I have for Coach Smart and what he's done at that program, and obviously grateful for that, because we have some of those really good players on our team.
AJ, I'm curious how we talk about,
not being afraid to play young players. What's been your philosophy on that your first 3 years in the league, and how do you see that evolving?
My philosophy has always been play the guys that are going to help you win the game. Every week, regardless of whether you talk about scheme, whether you talk about players, you're trying to do whatever you can do to win the game, because that's the bottom line, is to win football games. And so whoever gives us that chance to win a football game, that's what we'll do. Young, old, middle, it doesn't matter. We're going to do what we need to do. I owe that to our team, our coaches and our players and our fans to play the best player that's going to help us win that week. And so we don't care who that is.
Nick, AJ's probably frustrated with some of the outside noise. I guess what's been your reaction to it? Do you talk to him about handling that type of stuff?
AJ, like I've been telling you guys for a long time, not only is he one of the best players I've ever been around. He's also one of the best leaders, and and he's going to do anything he can do to stick up for his teammates. That's why I admire. That's why he wears a C on his chest. And I think that if you're speculating, well, hey, what does it mean if he's yelling over here? Like, everybody doesn't. There's some people that when you're leading them, you yell at them. And there's some people when you're leading them, you put your arm around them. And there's some people, there's somewhere in the middle. And like, that's leadership also, is just figuring out what buttons to press with different guys. Not every person is, you don't treat everybody the exact same, right? The standard is what it is, and you hold everybody to that standard, but you don't treat everybody exactly the same of how you get to that standard, how you correct that standard, or how you praise that standard. Everybody's a little bit different. I think,